Yo, what up? As you can see, no viewers yet, so I'm not going to make a big scene out of what's going on here. But no shave today, glasses, t-shirt. This is what you call punishment for the beating that I took once the games started turning sideways yesterday afternoon. We'll watch what happens on the field, make some thoughts, ideas, see how things play out in this first half, and be around until halftime. Looks like South Carolina wearing black on black, Virginia Tech orange on orange. All right, South Carolina, fairly impressive start here. They get a lot of use out of this Atlanta Dome or Mercedes-Benz Stadium, whatever you want to call it. And there's always a game in that place. I can't say that I blame them. Bottom line is it's a really nice multi-purpose stadium. It's got a lot of seating capacity. It's a very good location, and it's got reasonably priced concessions. Although the only negative of playing today compared to yesterday is that Chick-fil-A is closed on Sundays. That was extremely easy. South Carolina 7 plays, 75 yards, 251. This is a game I have no involvement with. I made the game 10. There was some money for the underdog. I was not interested. Even it's 6. I might have could given it some thought, but anything more. It was 6.5 and 7 at the end, and whatever. Just watch and see what happens. There's a lot of hype around South Carolina. They did beat Clemson at the end of last year. They did close strong. There were some losses that were a little suspect early in the season, but they made it look extremely easy right there. And certainly this Sellers kid can play. I mean, he didn't even make the right read on the touchdown run, and he still scored. I mean, let me rephrase that. He made the right read until the end. He ran the wrong way at the end. He should have ran right, cut back right instead of left. Still didn't get touched. A couple of things we'll go over today. I'll be around until at least halftime, and then we'll see how things play out. And then I'll be back for the late game in Miami Gardens between Notre Dame and Miami of Florida. That game I made Notre Dame a 1.5 point favorite. There are conflicting trends in this game for those of you who care about such things. The current line is Notre Dame 2.5 flat on the low end, up to 3 dog money at the top, 2.5 minus 15, minus 20 at the high end. The total has started at 54. It's been bet down to 51.5, give or take. That's pretty much painted. That game fascinating. Again, the trends that are a little different today in that game that are conflicting. Notre Dame has really struggled. I think they've lost 6 in a row at Miami. They haven't gotten the money in any of those, maybe. But that goes back a long time. I mean, they haven't played them down there in several years. None of these kids know anything about that. Notre Dame, in recent years, more importantly, and especially under this coach, have been stellar away from home against the number. So something to read into. And of course, they were very good last year against the number. Not the same team, obviously, not all the same players, but some certain things to grasp onto. And ultimately, while I do think Miami probably is I will say a better team. Obviously, if I make Notre Dame a favorite down there, I don't think they're better. But they have the talent to win the game. It wouldn't shock me. But man, there's a coaching advantage that I just can't really. I can't. It would make me really tough. It would make it really tough on me to bet Miami in this game, knowing full well that you've got the Notre Dame guy on one sideline and the Miami idiot on the other. Just such a whopping disadvantage in class when it comes to the coaches. The rules are the same here on day 4. Please ask questions if you want. Feel free to talk about anything today. The things I'll get into is I watched the first half here. This won't be a long stream. Yesterday I was on into the 14th hour, a little over 13, counting from when we started until I went late into the night with the last 4 games. Couple of things. I actually started my day well before the streams. There were a couple soccer games in the Premier League up really early that I was involved with. So watching, sweating those before I even started the streams. I did write down the opening lines for tomorrow and more importantly, the times that they open. This is always an interesting case study for me for the week 2 lines at the end of week 1 to see who's the first one. Circa under Matt Metcalf starting in about the second season, I think, which would have been maybe 2022. I get a little confused when they actually had their own office. Maybe 2021. So 21, 22, 23, and 24, the last 4 years, Circa has been routinely and habitually before everybody else. Last year there was a little bit of breakage to that. I know that BetOnline's not going to beat them to the punch, but they want to be somewhere near the front of the line. Pinnacle's the same way. They want to open fairly quickly, but they're not going to just sprint to the front of the line. And FanDuel and DraftKings are kind of like in the same boat. They don't really want to be the first, but they're going to be right around the same time. I think Caesars has something botted into Circa at this point because it seems like last year they opened the lines very, very quickly after Circa did. Maybe there's some sort of a slight shade. I don't know. I can't, without talking to the people that run Caesars these days, it's tough to know what their thought process is. But the lines today at Circa, I'll give you one game example. Let's try Army against Kansas State, 377, 378 next Saturday for those of you who have the rotation. Circa opened that game at 1:49 Eastern, 10:49 Pacific. So about 90 minutes ago. And there was a Caesars opening just after that. FanDuel 3 minutes after that. BetOnline roughly 2:31, so about 45 minutes ago, and about 45 minutes after the Circa Open. And then Pinnacle opened 22 minutes ago, or a little over an hour after the Circa Open. There's an interesting couple of others that I don't really pay too much attention to in terms of their lines, but their openings. Bodog, which also is known as Bovada these days, they open about an hour later, 2:50-ish, I think. Bet Rivers, same boat, around 2:30, 2:40, so about 50 minutes after for that game. They also opened South Florida and Florida at 12:07, and that was before anyone, I think. Let me double check if there wasn't anything. That's game 367 and 368. So I'm curious to know what was going on with that one. Their Circa did open at 1:45 at 17. They're now up to 18 on that game. So Rivers, I don't know, a little quicker than most on those games. And the other note was DraftKings opened that Army K-State game at 1:05, which was before Circa. So I'm not sure if DraftKings, I don't know if that's a Matt Grill thing or if it's Johnny's given whoever the green light to go ahead and beat Circa to the front of the line when it comes to the release. But they were the first one. Forgive my my arm here in the middle of the camera. I'm trying my remote control. The ESPN feed is frozen on me for this game in Atlanta. Let's see. So on this first drive wow, it's still frozen. For this first drive for Virginia Tech, what's happening here. They're going to have to punt. They actually have 4th and 8, and South Carolina went off sides, and Virginia Tech still punted. So 45-yard punt. South Carolina will take over on the 23, on the 27, 4-yard return. Okay, 10:34 to go in the first. South Carolina 7-0. Assuming there'll be a timeout. So 7 yards and a punt for the Hokey Pokes. This is brutal if the channel doesn't work. I don't really want to turn another box on if I don't have to. Okay, so it looks like Pinnacle, BetOnline, Circa, and a few others have already opened up sides and totals for this weekend. Kudos to them. A few others are in no rush. I don't expect anybody else in town to get to it anytime today or anytime soon. I was up until about 5 in the morning last night working on box scores and finishing everything up. There's one game that I think you'll find interesting. BetOnline's my good friend Dave Mason actually tweeted this out a few minutes ago. Texas Tech kicked the shit out of somebody last night. Let me look. I think it was Pine Bluff. Let me figure this out. Hang on. This is a bad job by me not knowing this. Yeah, Pine Bluff. Played Arkansas and Pine Bluff. They were laying $1 million, and they won by more than $1 million. They were ahead by so much that this happens. I think it's happened to Texas Tech before. That by agreement, he tweeted out the weather. I didn't see any weather in West Texas last night. I think it was just the game was such a bloodbath that the teams agreed to shorten the second half to 8-minute running clocks. So because of that, most house rules, including BetOnline's and any place I've ever worked at, the game must go 55 minutes for action. And that game, because of the shortened second half, you got 15, 15, 8, and 8. That math doesn't add up. They only played 46 minutes. So even though they covered by a ton, technically they only played 46 minutes. There was not enough action, not enough time for action. What I would do if I were the conference commissioners and if I were the gaming people, I would get in touch with the people that run these games, like if there's going to be a chance where you're going to be a 50-point favorite or something like that, or you're going to have a chance to agree to a shortened clock. What I would do is just say, listen, there are rules in place that protect both the house and the customer to ensure that the game is played in under circumstances that we all believe to be fair. It would really suck if you had Texas Tech and the bet got voided because going into the game you assumed that they were going to play 60 minutes, and because the game was such a beating and it wasn't doing anybody any good to play any longer than that they did decide to shorten it. And technically those house rules are there for a reason. It's supposed to protect basically against either weather or all sorts of various different reasonings to ensure that you can't just grade a game if they don't play the full time. And obviously there are things that happened in the past to make those house rules be existing. I mean, that 55 minutes game and 8.5 innings in baseball, or 9 must be played. Those rules have been in effect for decades. So it's a situation where technically the bet should have been voided because of the house rule. If you have the house rules the way you have them written, and if I'm anywhere legal or offshore, I'm going to make sure that I'm in the ear of the Big 12 commissioner, the ACC commissioner, the SEC commissioner, the Big 10 commissioner, saying, listen, if we're talking about integrity and game integrity, and they used all those words when they were trying to pass all these bullshit taxes back when PASPA was first repealed. But if you want true integrity, I think one of the first things you have to look to is say, listen, do whatever you can to make sure that these games play the whole time. If it's clear and evident early that there's a mismatch, don't wait until halftime to shorten the game to 8 minutes in the third quarter. And don't shorten the game to 8 minutes. Play 15 minutes but with a running clock, or start the clock running in the second quarter. Do something to make it, if you're going to shorten the game, make sure that they play the allotted amount of time to where the bets have action. And it sounds cruel and unusual for whatever sort of punishment if you're making Pine Bluff stay out there for as long as they have to take a beating that's not fair to their players, or there anybody there could potentially cause injuries, whatever, even against the Texas Tech walk-ons. You still don't want that. So there has to be, like I say, in my mind, the safeguards put into place going forward to ensure that once the game starts, you do whatever you can to make sure that 55 minutes are played so that all bets are official. Because all it happens, it's a no-win situation for the books because the players now have basically a free roll to be able to say, well, if they, for whatever reason, had the dog and the game didn't play the amount of time, they can cry, point to the house of rules, and they're right, and the bet has to be voided. And if they have Texas Tech and the game doesn't get voided, they don't say anything. If the game does get voided, they cry and say, look, they were winning by 1,000,000. The other team was never going to have a chance. And what do? I mean, you could point to the house rules, but then it looks like you're crying over spilled milk if you cheat the customer out of his money, even though the customer technically doesn't deserve to be paid. So anything that you can do to make sure that the relationship doesn't become fractured is because the customer feels cheated out of his winnings because they don't technically play enough time in the game. Time to do something to safeguard yourself against all that stuff and cut that out. So that's it for me on my. I'll be off the soapbox. If anybody missed any of that, feel free to watch the stream on the delay. You won't be worried about a 13-hour deal tonight. This is going to be on until after the half, not much longer, and then I'll check back in when they kick off tonight in Notre Dame, Miami. This game, if you're interested in watching it and you're not, is on Big ESPN, and the night game is on ABC. That one kicks it says 7:30. I'm guessing closer to 7:40 in Miami Gardens. Like I said, I was up really late last night, and I was up a little bit, not super early, but was watching the Liverpool. Well, I watched the end of Brighton Hove, and Man City had a decent Brighton Hove investment there, so that was a good win. They came from one down to win it late, and then obviously the Hungarian kid with a tremendous free kick for a super golazo for Liverpool. And they have now won 3 games in 3. 2 wins in the last, this week actually, Monday night on the road at St. James Park, and then today at Anfield against Arsenal. That was considered probably their main competitor going in. And now you got Man City off a win and 2 losses. So I don't know what the odds to win the Premier League are right now, but I'm guessing Liverpool's laying like an absurd number. And really, I mean, as much depth as they're building there, I don't know how high you have to make it. I mean, at Newcastle in that spot this week was one of the worst situations and positions you could ever possibly be in, and they still find a way to get 3 points. I'd say like the true price for Liverpool to win the league after today is like at least minus $3. I don't know if that's what they're actually selling them at. That's what I would make it. I mean, after they've already won it last year, this coach has already figured it out. They've done a good job of roster rotation, and even when they've struggled some on defense in these first 2 games, they still find a way to put games to bed. I don't want to put you to bed, those of you who don't like soccer, so let's get back to this. Virginia Tech appears to be in the middle of getting a stop. South Carolina 4th and 3. Sellers in the shotgun. They're going to try to go for it, their own 44. Motion left from the slot. Back to the right, just trying to read the defense, and he took too much time. Unless they call timeout, it's going to be a delay game. It is. And the Gamecocks will now probably punt. They'll be at their own 41 after this. I'm not sure if they were trying to draw him off. Shane Beamer doesn't seem upset. Maybe he was just trying to draw him off. Given the fact that they took it right down the field and scored the first time, and then they held him to a 3 and out, probably not the worst thing here to go ahead and punt it away. Don't want to give them any momentum where there has been none to be found to start for Virginia Tech. This is kind of a crossroads season for the Hokies. I think this coach probably is in his 4th year, and they really haven't done a whole lot since he took over. And really, they haven't had much success, if you want to get right down to it, since Frank Beamer called it quits. And even then, they didn't have much success at the end of his tenure either. Brent Pry went 3 and 8 in his first year, 7 and 6 the second, and 6 and 7 the third. That 3 and 8 year was the Virginia game was canceled. That's why they only played 11. That was, I think, there was a tragedy on campus that year that canceled that game. 7 and 6, including a bowl win over Tulane in 2023, and then last year they did win the last game against Virginia to go to a bowl, and they lost to Minnesota in the Mayonnaise Bowl. PJ Fleck took a mayonnaise bath that his wife did not appreciate for at least a week afterwards. After that, Minnesota wins it and covers. So Brent Pryce, there's some expectations here. Drones back at quarterback for the Hokies. He had an MCL, a stress fracture, and turf toe last year and played through all of it. You can certainly not question his toughness. Watson and Rangel are also around. Rangel was an OK State player. They got all kinds of options. I don't know if they're going to play the other guys, but certainly if Drones goes down, they're not without options at the quarterback position. And they've got experience and they got vets, and they're like everybody else that had guys that were signing up during COVID and around that area. They've got a lot of guys that are old, a lot of experience. But how good is that experience so far? South Carolina, 75 yards on the first drive, 19 on the second. 7:27 to go. First quarter, Gamecocks 7, Hokies 0. Nice uniform game today. South Carolina wearing black on black, Virginia Tech orange on orange, or whatever, orange, pumpkin on pumpkin is kind of the color of that orange. The live line between 11.5 and 12, give or take, in most places. Total roughly 52-ish. The game opened 45.5, and it was bet up 46, a little higher, and it just kept going. At the end, it got near 51, 52, so all over all the time. I actually leaned under at the end. I need to see what you're going to get out of Virginia Tech on offense. I'm curious to see. I feel like South Carolina kind of lost a lot on defense, but their coordinators, I think, are both pretty smart, have a clue what they're doing. Beamer does a good job of delegating, letting, he's sort of, bring in the Jimmies and the Joes and let his other guys do the X's and the O's, which is what a good head coach does, in my mind. Let your assistants do their job. So we'll see as they start back up here. Nothing live yet. And again, if there's something super important, I'll let you know, or I'll, in the future, in these kind of situations where they're standalone games and I'm not doing a stream, I will certainly use my Twitter as a weapon to be able to alert people as to what I think they should do live. And I'm going to be working on Discord as well once I get the situation and the logistics figured out and read I actually have a Discord for Dummies book coming in the mail in the next week or so. So once I get all that figured out, then we go from there and figure out how to properly convey that information to help you guys pez out some winners to help you guys out. If anybody has questions, Jesus, the mic's way out of it. Bring it over here. All right, hopefully you can hear me. If anyone has questions regarding the schedule next week or any of the lines, I have not written them on my chart yet. I have not looked. I mean, I kind of see them. They're right in front of me, but I haven't, I've done all the work. It's just a matter of putting pen to paper and then see when I make all the games. But I'm not one that goes out and tries to sprint and get the openers. The fact that I'm working with other people and they're the ones that are the ones moving it, putting it in play, and giving me a free roll, they're looking to bet a whole lot more than what they're able to get right now. And combine that with the fact that, the market needs to settle. And there's all kinds of manipulations that people are going to be doing to these numbers if they think that they can get away with it. So, a lot of times even if I like something, I'm never going to be in action before like Wednesday. So, Virginia Tech, to start their drive at their own 7, have successfully ran a couple of plays to get a first down. And now, actually some chunk plays here coming for the Hokies. Nice pass by Drones. He's found Donovan Green. That's going to be a gain of 25. And that'll get him out near midfield. Motion. Play fake. They brought 5. They brought 6. Uh-oh. Missed tackle. Here they go. This is Aiden Green. 36 yards, and they are now into field goal position. No, it wasn't an all-out blitz. It was a delayed blitz. They did bring 6. The two linebackers were both. It was a 4-2. The front 4 all came, and then the two linebackers came late on a delay, and they were way too late. Play fake, drops it, throws it, incomplete. So you got an Aiden Green and a Donovan Green for Vatek. Those two combined for 2 catches on 61 yards the last couple drives. I see I got a few people checking it out. Feel free to chat, ask questions, get at me. This will not be a long feed today. We're here for a good time, not a long time, as my friend Kenny used to say. Speaking of Kenny, I got some real good stories about him. He is best friends with the primary character in the movie Black Mass, and or anybody who knows anything about Whitey Bulger. Kevin was quite the character. Yes, he probably still is. I think he's alive. I think he's still alive. Virginia Tech doesn't like what they see here. They're going to have to burn one. 5:19 to go. First quarter. 3rd and 10 from the 20. Live price, South Carolina 8, 53 at one place, 54.5 at another. Again, I lean under. I probably can't make myself get to the window just yet, for the simple fact there's been too many chunk plays and too much missed tackling to make me think that I'd be confident sitting on a ticket that's, in the low 50s. Going to try to get through the weekend here and then be a little more aggressive about trying to recruit some new folks, some new friends. I would appreciate those of you who have been involved for any parts or all of the weekend with me to let me know, give me some feedback one way or the other. I don't care if it's good, bad, indifferent. Anything's good at this point when you're trying to start up something like this and see how it goes. To try to build this thing. So tell your family, tell your friends, tell anybody that cares about sports, that knows me, that likes me or dislikes me and wants to hear my opinion on things, hear me talk, ask me questions, all that stuff. Get them out here next week. Let's get this thing brick by brick. Let's build it up. Gets out of pressure, scrambles, fires. Absolutely horrific. Intercepted by South Carolina in the end zone. Taken out to the 2. I don't think the idea by drones was bad, but man, when you roll out to the right like that and you stop and you fire it back when guys are running across the end zone, there's a whole lot of traffic in there. Johnson makes the pick. Aiden Green was the intended receiver. And the Gamecocks will start at their own 2. 4:33 to go, and now I wish I would have pulled the trigger on that under. Let's see what happens on this drive. It's sitting at pretty much painted 52. It's never too late. And the fact is they steamed it up from 45.5 to 52. So clearly the over was supposed to be the side that was correct in this game. And of course I'm working off of a delay, so forgive me for that. If you guys see what happens before I do, that's life. And I can tell you that tonight that will not happen. I'll be on ABC and that's on the antenna. So during the Notre Dame game I'll be able to see it before you do. Oh, Sombrerito. Sombrerito is the hat man in Spanish. Little hat. Nora Sellers sacked by Heisman. Gilliam. 433. That was on 2nd and 10 and give the Hokies a deuce. 7-2. And Virginia Tech will get the ball back. Sellers looked only right, and his clock went off. He wanted to bail way before he probably should have. And of course, there's nowhere to go. I mean, when you're back there and the pocket sort of collapses like that and there's really nowhere to get outside, there's just not enough room. When you're at the 2 that out of the shotgun like that, it's it's tough sledding. Free kick. Pretty good field position for Va Tech. They'll start at their own 45. 4.5 to go in the first quarter. Live price, South Carolina, 8.5 total in the 51 range. There's been a couple of chunk plays here so far. The yardage, as we are 11 minutes in, is 92-78 South Carolina. South Carolina's receiving catches they've had 4 different catches by Sellers: 20, 14, and 7. Virginia Tech 36 and 25, another 4 in there. They've only ran for 13 yards. South Carolina 31. Sellers accounted for 26 of that on his own. A 15-yard touchdown in there with it. Drones is just 3 for 8 to this point. Four minutes to go in the first quarter. Here comes Beck Chris with the lines next week. Incomplete pass. He had to roll right. A little bit of pressure. 3rd and long here. Virginia Tech got that safety. If they don't get anything after that, it will be kind of a waste, given the fact that they had him down there inside the 5 after the interception. Oh, nice. Excellent. Slots went in right to green again. Double coverage, actually, with the safety coming over late. Flag down. Oh, boy, he's coming back. Refs are discussing it. Should say officials are discussing it. There's only one ref. My friend John Murray would disagree with me. They're all refs. Personal foul, chop block. Yikes. That just deletes about a 30-yard gain. And now Va Tech is going to have 3rd and a mile back at their own 31. That is an absolute killer. Man, there just was not much to that either. That's why I call it tough break. And that's going to probably force a punt. Drones is now still 3 for 8 for 65 yards. Should have been 4 for 9 for close to 100. They gave up that time. They just ran the ball. Nothing doing, and they'll have to punt. 3 minutes to go. Clock on the move. Punt unit in for the Hokies. Yeah, those kind of plays when you're an underdog, catching a touchdown or whatever in a neutral, that is, those are just killers. Clearly, you can see that Virginia Tech can make some things happen on offense. Oh, fumble! The punt was 48. He muffs it, loses 2. Net 50. South Kakalaka will take over inside their own 20 again. 1:56 to go. That was 2:39 to go, and it is 7-2. No commercials. Excellent. Good on them. Live price 8.5. Total somewhere in the 50 range. Those of you who are not with me at the start, you've noticed back to the T-shirt again today. I'm not going to sit there and say I'm superstitious, but I'm not going to say that I'm not. Combine the fact that lost yesterday, my eyes are hurting, kept rubbing and stuff, so I had to go to sunglasses or regular glasses as well. And when you're broke like I am right now, you can't afford to shave, so no shave either. We'll rectify that before tomorrow. I do plan on being on for TCU in North Carolina tomorrow. Why not? Fighting Belichick. So that game will go at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ESPN. I'll be there. I'll be here for the first half. I think I'm going to start putting in the chat so people will know when to look for the next live stream. That will change here very soon. Once I start advertising this thing on Twitter, then it'll be a lot easier for people to see. And those of you who are catching me on here, see me on here, please, for the name of God, if you don't have Twitter, sign up for a Twitter account and follow me, even if you don't ever use it. Click the bell that's on my name. That way you'll get notifications when I tweet. And I'll try to keep the tweeting to a minimum other than promoting myself and the channel. I'm not going to get into pissing contests with people or discuss games all the time. All right, Sellers has thrown an incomplete pass. And that follows 2 runs by the Gamecocks, and they will be forced to punt it. So Vatek defense has been pretty solid the last couple of plays. 1:27 to go. Ball's at the 23. Holloway back to return. Love is going to punt it. He's kicking it right back to where the Hokies finished their last drive. Holloway picks up the 24, gets maybe 4 or 5, runs out of bounds on the South Carolina sideline, and they'll start their drive on the 29 at the 1:17 mark. First quarter. Now the total is dipping into the 40s. I'm a little bit sick that I wasn't involved. May have to wait till the end of the quarter here. I'm surprised that the mouse isn't trying to go ahead and jam some of these things in here. Drones, rolls, fires into the seats. He is now 4 for 10 with an interception. Needless to say, given the fact that I just mentioned that they have 3 quarterbacks over there, may need to go ahead and remind the kid to stop, to clean it up a little bit. Let's put it that way. This is a pass to the left sideline, complete to Heath. That'll make it 3rd and 4. Now inside of a minute. Big play here. Virginia Tech really needs to get something going. Still only have a couple of first downs on the day. South Carolina's done nothing since their first drive. Drops back, fires it, complete to Heath. There's a flag down. I think the Gamecocks might have been lined up off sides. I'm not sure what's going on here. Yeah. Okay, so they don't need it because the play gained more yards than that. So we got a first down for the Hokies. He did line up offside. The left defensive end was in the neutral zone. So Vatek now has first and 10. And they're at their own 40. Interestingly enough, it looks like on a penalty like that, the offense is allowed to choose where they line the ball up. They're going all the way over to the left hash, which is interesting, given that the play ended on the right hash. Come on, refs. Jesus Christ, get your shit together. What are they doing? It's a weird game. We have hardly no TV timeouts and ref conventions everywhere. How many flags have been? 5 flags for 35 yards already, and that doesn't even count that there's been a couple of them that have been declined. This looks like another one of those. A couple of ref crews yesterday are working off a quota. Seems like these guys might be too. A little bit of extra cash out of the bag for each flag flown. Clock moving inside 20 seconds in the first quarter. Drones is out of the shotgun. Tight end is lined up in a couple yards back. They're going to try to run a power play up the middle, and that'll be the end of the first quarter. Gain of 1. So Virginia Tech will start the second quarter at their own 41, 2nd and 9. I'm looking for under 48. Let's go ahead and get involved. That's the number, no worse. Let's see if I got it. I went ahead and put that in a little bit ago anyways. At the end of the first quarter, if nothing else happens, 48's the number. $229, $230, South Carolina, Virginia Tech, 7-2 at the end of 1. Live price was 45.5. Early got bet up into the 50s, 52. It closed at some places. We're going to go under, and 48's the price. We actually got minus 15. That's allowable. There's key numbers there, 47, 48, all key. I don't really want worse than 48. If you have a 47 price, it's bettable at minus 05 or better. Only small, only small. He's telling me under 48 minus 15 is all we got. I don't like laying 15. It's okay. It's better than nothing. So 1.5 units for those of you who want to chart me. I'll put it in the chat myself as well so everybody can see it. I don't like laying 15 cents on that, given the fact there's been a whole lot of nothing going on here lately. But I do like the fact that the defenses seem to have figured some things out early. Drones is really struggling. He's only 4 for 10 for 71 yards. Sellers, his first drive, he looked good. Those plays were probably scripted, and they were happening pretty quickly. Virginia Tech looks like the last couple of drives, a couple of things slowed down for him. Now, asterisks on the second drive, that South Carolina intercepted it and had the ball, at their own 2. So, actually, no, that's fake news. The third drive. So they had South Carolina started with 7-play, 75-yard touchdown. Then after their punt, they forced a punt. Then they took it down 7-play, 70 yards, got it into the red zone before throwing an interception into the end zone, run out to the 2, safety, punt, and now Virginia Tech has it back on their fourth possession, 7-2. Offense has not scored yet. Total yards 96 to 85, South Carolina. Rushing yards 35-14, South Carolina. That's largely to do with Lenore Sellers' legs. He has 3 carries for 26 yards, including a 15-yard touchdown. That's the only touchdown of the game. No fourth downs for either team. The only turnover, again, was the red zone interception by Drones. Like I say, he's 4 for 10 in the first quarter. Sellers is 4 for 7. Again, under 48, minus 115 is the live play. I will continue to keep you posted as the second quarter starts and progresses here. If anything pops that is important, by all means, or if something pops that the line's still available, by all means, I'll let you know to go ahead and go. If you miss the number, don't have any fear. It still might pop. I am aware that the pregame steam was all over. It could actually get there. Interestingly enough, the first quarter price in a lot of places was 9.5. It fell 9. So we'll see how it goes. Looks like between quarters, Pry was giving the quarterback a pep talk, and appears to have worked. Donovan Green, 37 yards on the first play of the second quarter. That's not good news for under players. That's really a pitch and catch. I mean, you just running a simple underneath route, and there's just nobody near him. I have no idea where South Carolina's defenders were. Oh, and they threw a flag at the end? Jesus Christ, he's not even out of bounds yet. I mean, what was that? I mean, that's a terrible call. He's in bounds when he got hit. I mean, the ref has to. He's running out of bounds, but I mean, the guy can't hold up. I mean, until he actually commits to going out of bounds, you can't call that. The field judge. Give me a break. All right, so now they have it. Half the distance of the goal penalty is going to take them all the way down inside the 15. This is brutal. Again, I'll remind you that my feed is behind everybody else's. I do have the box pulled up, but I'm trying not to look at it. Like I said, only to get the information, but not the play-by-play. I just want to see what's going on. I'm not trying to advocate live plays in the middle of the game here. Nice. First down carry, drop for the loss. Seldon. That'll bring up 2nd and 11 at the 12. Be nice to get out of here with only giving up a field goal after what just happened there to start the quarter. They rushed him out of the pocket. Almost a great play by Drones. Jesus. Just overshot Heath, and now it'll be 3rd and 11 at the 12. Let's see what happens. 13:55. Left hash. Kind of a bunch formation here. Motion right, trips right, drops back, looks right, fires right, over everybody's head. And that's going to set up a field goal. So a short run and 2 straight incompletions. Drones is now 5 for 13. This one you could say was intended for Green, Aiden Green, but really nobody had a chance to catch it. John Love, 13 of 15 from between 30 and 39. Does have a leg. He's kicked it from 60 before. Snap, down, up, right down the middle. Virginia Tech has cut it to 7-5. 13:45 to go until halftime. Live price, 5.5 minus money, 6 flat, 6.5 dog money. Total in the 47.5 to 48. 48.5 under range, so right around 48, give or take. I'm satisfied with the situation. If you missed the end of the first quarter live play, you have my permission to go after it now. The best price is 48.5 under 15. If you can get that, you have my blessing. It's actually better than what I got. Given the fact that there was a field goal put up and a 55 yards or whatever gained in the first minute and 15 seconds of the quarter, that's why the math dictates that the line has to be a little bit higher than what it was from what I got after the end of the first quarter. Yeah, like I say, don't be bashful. Feel free to chat. I'm going to be around probably just until the halftime for now. I can't see myself doing anything else for the whole game. There's not a whole lot happening. I want you guys to enjoy your weekend. It's a holiday. Spend time with your family, all that good stuff. There was a whole lot going on from Thursday through Saturday night late. A lot of games. It's a long season. You don't want to burn yourself out. I don't either. I have things I want to do. I've been doing a good job of getting in my steps and trying to exercise some about every day. We're running towards the end of summer here. It's going to be several more days in a row in Las Vegas where the temperature is going to be in the hundreds. But, it's going to come to an end in the not too distant future. Today, 103, tomorrow, 106, and then we're going to have a little bit of a front come through. The high will be 95 on Tuesday. The average high for this time of year, I think, is like 100 on the nose. So we're really looking at about 2 more weeks of true summer here. Yeah, 90, 95, 96, 98, 95, 95. And to be honest, there's a big difference. I mean, if the high is 95, you can go out and do whatever you want to in a dry heat that's 95. That's not bad. 103, 105, 106. Yeah, that's kind of uncomfortable. You can't just say I'm going to go out in the middle of the day and do whatever I want to. You can, but I'm too big and fat and old to try to do all that. So, yeah, the light's at the end of the tunnel in terms of the summer, and to be able to do some things. And certainly the UV index is very high. And I'd like to get out and grab a little sun, so maybe I go out to the pool for a little bit here after the second half starts, or maybe after this game's over, before the other one starts. There'll be a little bit of downtime, maybe 90 minutes to 2 hours. And I'll be back here, as I said, right on the dot, 4:30 Pacific, 7:30 Eastern for the kickoff in Miami Gardens between Notre Dame and Miami, Florida. The line in that game, Notre Dame is laying 3 dog money, 2.5 minus a bunch total, pretty much 51.5 across the board after opening 54 early this summer. My first baseball game is to the barn and a winner. Tampa Bay has beaten Washington 7-4. Double Ray scored 6 in the second, 1 in the third. Senators 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 3 in the fourth, and that was it. 7-4 at the end of 4, and that was it. No mas. Tampa minus 140 gets the cash. The North Sellers is back out for South Carolina. Let's see what they can come up with here. They've done very little since that first drive on offense. Now again, 2 of the punts were, they happened, but and the one driver they got the safety, they started at the 2-yard line. So, a little bit of some adverse circumstances since they started, the game, and had a scripted set of plays, which is what I'd guess. So we'll see. Shotgun. And that's just bad awareness. The running back actually came off the line to get lined up on the left side. I don't know whether it was a planned quarterback draw or what, but they took far too much time and a delay a game to start the drive. Those are things that just can't happen. Well-coached teams don't let it happen, and fans of teams that make mistakes like that get really frustrated really quickly. Putting yourself behind the chains like that never will endear yourself to your supporters. Sellis flings one out to 87-27. 87. Hunt. Clock moving, 90 seconds into the second quarter, 2nd and 10. Pistol, play fake, RPO, incomplete. Pass was intended for Harbor, I believe, and now it's 3rd and 10. Virginia Tech's defense really had that well defended. The linebacker made a really nice play. He came up, number 30, that might be the safety. He came up first to show that he was going to stop the run. Sellers saw that, went ahead and tried to throw the slant. 30 got back into the play, got his mid on it. It's a tipped pass, deflection, falls incomplete. Now it's 3rd and 10. Shotgun, running backs to each side of Sellers. He bails out, rolls left. He's going to keep it, and he is not going to get there. The back was sort of getting out of the way, and the timing wasn't right for Sellers to throw it to him. Number 20 for Vitek was there, Woodson, to be able to make the play. And, by the time the Sellers had tried to get some separation, he had crossed the line of scrimmage and could no longer make the pass. The D-back realized that and went ahead and attacked him and got him out of bounds after 4 yards. South Carolina will have to punt. 12:39, clock running, 4th and 6. And that's just, if it keeps up like this is what makes me feel good about my under. These games with South Carolina have sort of, especially last year this happened too, there were a lot of points, there were a lot of good possessions early, then things sort of settled down. Really nice punt by South Carolina, and it's fielded, caught, but not fair caught, but he actually caught and tried to make a play, but no room to do anything. And Harbor levels him. So this is a 55-yard punt. They lose a yard on the return, and Virginia Tech will take over. 12:21 to go before halftime. 7-5 Gamecocks. 1st and 10 on their own 15. Virginia Tech has it now. This will be their 5th drive of the game. South Carolina has a touchdown, a punt, a safety when they started at their own 2, and 2 more punts. Vitek went punt, INT, punt, and then field goal. The field goal drive came the last time. They had 8 plays, 59 yards, with the majority of that coming on a long completion on the first play of the second quarter with a penalty tacked on to get them inside the 15. So, yardage right now, Virginia Tech 121 to 105. They've thrown for 108. 5 for 13 for 108 for Drones. He has a couple of really long completions. Green has 2 for 62, which is a 37 and a 25. The other Green has a 36-yarder. So those 3 alone signify 98 yards, and then Heath has 2 for 10. So that's all 108 on 5 catches. He's thrown 7 incompletions and a pick as well. And Sellers is 5 for 9 for 66 yards. He also has 4 carries for 30. And a 15-yard touchdown is the only touchdown in the game. It's 7-5. Live price, basically 4.5 minus money. There is some 5 flat for South Carolina. I lean Virginia Tech at this level. I would like to take a little bit more than that, especially given the fact that the game, close 6.5, 7, and I made it a little higher, even though it opened 9.5. It would be better for me to consider taking like a touchdown. It's just not there. But I do think Virginia Tech's in it. They clearly think that they have a chance. Their defense has kept them there, and South Carolina is going to have to continue. Is going to have to try to play a game that cuts down on any more mistakes. They need to be able to maximize. They have just a very slight talent edge from what I've seen up front on both sides. But make no mistake, Virginia Tech's here to play. And certainly, the quarterback, can make some plays of his own as well. All right, so second quarter. Vitek, 12:21 to go until halftime. I'll be sticking around until then. Feel free to chat if you have any questions, want to talk about anything. Next week's card, as I say, the numbers are out. I'm trying to do my best not to look at them or if somebody asks. I have done the work. I don't plan on filling this stuff out until later on. I have no obligations to any sports books. Nobody needs my numbers right now immediately to put them up. If they paid me for it, that would be different. I would probably stay up until 6 in the morning if I had to get them done before I woke up today. But I don't, so I don't. There are some things that I can see on the move. A lot of totals for next week are moving. I also did finish the 1AA work, but I haven't gone through all the box scores yet there. That'll be something I work on a little bit later tonight, maybe for a couple hours tomorrow as well. Again, the one thing that happened earlier that I briefly discussed, Texas Tech won against Arkansas Pine Bluff. The house rules for most games state that you must play 55 minutes of that game. The second half was cut to 8-minute quarters, and so therefore they only played 16 minutes after the first 30 minutes. 46 minutes does not constitute a full game. For betting purposes, that should have been a no action. But my friend Dave Mason at Bet Online, Philly Dave, went ahead and, because they're none of the service providers, which bad job by Don Best, Spank Odds, and Odds Logic, nobody bothered to say that the game didn't go the full time. So that's a bad job by them. People pay a lot of money for this information, and nobody bothers to let you know that the game didn't play the full amount of time. It should have been voided. But Philly said, one-time courtesy, start of the year, just letting you know, 99% of the time we're going to avoid those. This time we did not. Any bet that you had on the game was a winner. Any bet that you had that was a loser gets voided because they did not play the allotted time. Now, I'll be honest with you, he won't admit this to you, even if I gave him the truth serum. But that's a situation where there's just so little volume on Arkansas, Pine Bluff, and Texas Tech that there's really no reason for them not to do what he did. It's a goodwill gesture. It's early in the season. He's able to explain to the customers what the rules are. It's even for a new customer, it's to tell them what it is. For old customers, it's a reminder. But either way, it's not going to cost them much money. Most of the bets were probably on Texas Tech, so all you're doing is just giving people that had, in theory, a winning ticket to begin with, just giving them a free play, basically. And then, anybody that had Arkansas Pine Bluff, it's just a bonus. Just a bonus. You're basically it's just found money to be able to collect anything on a ticket where you had no chance to win. So anyways, it's a goodwill gesture. It's good for the customers. And again, there might have been 30 tickets combined and all of their office on that game. And I'm guessing the limits were probably a nickel and $2.50 and probably not a whole lot of money involved. The only thing that would have been amusing is if there was like a super monster parlay that would have been the last leg of. Those are the ones I'd be like, listen, if it's a straight bet, then you grade it. If it's a parlay, then you no action it. If it's going to win any sort of monster play, and certainly don't grade it as a winner. All right, so Virginia Tech has started their drive here. Let's see how this is playing out. I missed a couple plays. I'm going to try to go back. So Priolio, 9-yard gain. Then he ran again up the middle, got nothing. Marcellus Hawkins first down run, got 4 on 3rd and 1. Johnson on 2nd and 10 here. Sorry, he's the one that made the tackle on the last play. Where are we at? Okay. Run. Got about 6, it looks like, on 2nd and 10. Maybe 7. So that's going to set up the 3rd and 4 at the 35 or so. Clock running. Down to 9:15. 7-5 South Kakalaka. Seattle 4-2 over Cleveland. That is a loser, I believe, for me. Baseball today, 1-1. In addition to the rotten run of yesterday for me, I did have baseball season at one point. I was up 23 units this year. Most plays, my free roll is just 1 unit, so pretty good, right? From August 20th through August 25th, I had a stretch where I went 4-22. I actually was so bad with totals a couple of those days that I put myself in the penalty box. I'm not coming out till tomorrow on totals. I haven't bet a total all week. They had a good design there. They cleared out they had a couple of slants, cleared out the flat, and Drones' pass to Hawkins was just incomplete. The top view is so far away I can't tell whether it was a bad pass, and I'm also sitting 30 feet from my TV. It doesn't help. Later on, I'll have the big TV on, and it'll be on ABC, and I'll have the fast feed, so I'll be giving you a play-by-play that's up to speed and even ahead of the box score. This game, not so much. So the punt, 43 yards, fair catch. South Carolina takes over 7-5, 8:43 to go in the second. And with all these stops lately, that bodes well for the under. I gave you guys under. It's in the chat as well. Under 48 minus 115 live at the end of the first quarter. It was also good after the field goal kick by Virginia Tech to cut the score to 7-5 early second. There's been nothing happen in the 5 minutes since then. The game now, South Carolina laying 5.5 minus a bunch of money, or in a couple cases, flat, and up to 6 flat, and the total is 43 flat-ish. Now Pinnacle, I think, is using a 30-cent line. Don't quote me. I'm not on my VPN, so I'm not logged into that account. I think it's 43 flat. It's minus 15 both ways there, and the total, a couple other places, 43.5 under money, which again, we're in good shape. I'm not going to touch it for now. If it goes a whole lot lower, probably look to try to get back on some over if I can see anything happening before halftime, and or maybe try a second half over depending on what happens as well. In this game, Virginia Tech won the toss and did defer. South Carolina's first drive was a touchdown. It happened rather quickly, and they have done nothing since then. But again, good coaches, good coordinators. A lot of times they'll have these plays charted going in, and they have an exact idea what they want to do. So, you've seen this going back to the days of Bill Walsh and the 49ers where they script the first 10 or 15 plays. Andy Reid's notorious for having done that at Philadelphia and Kansas City. There's a tree of Andy Reid disciples that have been doing it. Sean McVay has his guys doing it. He learned it from, various different guys. So there's a lot of these guys that believe in these scripted plays, and that's trickled down from the NFL to college over the years. And, some teams have more success than others doing it, but the ones that have had success and have the players that buy in, and you practice those plays during the course of the week, and it works. I've seen teams before that have those plays that are scripted, and they go, let's say, for example, they have 15 plays that are scripted. The first drive, they go score a touchdown in 6 plays. The second drive, they come out and they have another drive where they score 8 plays and they score another touchdown. And then the rest of the game, it's like the play call sheets in Braille. Then they have no clue what they're doing. They don't know what they're looking at. They look like deer in headlights, and the other team shuts them down. So, some teams are strong when you basically give them everything on a platter and say, here's what we have to do to have a chance to win. And other teams do a good job of adjusting as the game goes on, and they have good coaches to make adjustments. The reason why you have these coaches sitting in the press box is to be able to go over, it used to be facsimiles and, they'd print out stuff after the drive was over, and you'd see Peyton Manning on the sideline going through all this crap, looking and see, what the formations were and when they shifted, and, if he sent a guy in motion, what was happening with the man zone combos on the defense. So, you adjust on the fly, but you'd have to do it that way. And of course, the proliferation of iPads and tablets and stuff like that has sort of been a game changer at all levels, especially at the high levels of college and in the NFL, where you've got guys able to make an adjustment on the fly. Again, some teams are better than others in pre-game planning and pre-match preparation, and that's why you saw South Carolina on their first drive take it right down the field and score. This drive here, for the first time since that drive, they've gone hurry up. The first play was about an 8-yard gain, and they went right back to the line of scrimmage and went fast and smashed it right in there for a first down. This, for me, as an underplayer in this game, has given me cause for concern, and I think it's a good reason why people were steaming the total over, because South Carolina and Sellers certainly has the capability when they get the ball rolling. They feel like they're much more comfortable playing fast, and it's worked out in this situation here as well. It's Oscar Attaway smashing his way for 6, then he smashed his way for 23. They have now gotten it into Virginia Tech territory. Clock moving, 7.5 to go. Trips right here for South Carolina. Shotgun, gives it to him again. Stacks him up for a gain of maybe 3. Maybe 2. Yeah, this is by far the most crisp that South Carolina's looked. It reminds me a lot of the first drive. And again, you're playing with tempo here. So these plays obviously aren't scripted, but you're playing with tempo. You're playing fast. You're trying to put the defense on their heels. You're not allowing them to sub. Shotgun, offset back right, wham block, nice play, missed tackle. Fuck me. It was 2nd and 6. Let's give him 7. First down, South Kakalaka. They've got it down to the 30 or so, 31 of Virginia Tech. Clock moving. Shotgun again. Tight end, trips right. Play fake. Sellers keeps. Sellers slides after a gain of about 8. There will be some holding in there. Yeah, there is a flag. You got some consultation between the officials again. These guys got to be lawyers as much as they talk to each other. Jesus Christ. Okay, here's the hold. What's the spot? So he got a yard before they, it's maybe a couple yards before they called it. Just a smidge downfield. Yeah, it's. Sellers cut it back in. It wasn't egregious and blatant, but it was enough to where you had to call it. He didn't let the defender get to the play. So that's going to be 1st and 19, I guess, maybe 18. Back to the 40. Clock moving. 6:15 to go before halftime. Sellers shotgun. Dubs left. Oh, he's blasted. And it's all the way back to the 45. This is going to be a 15-yard loss. Oh, they call it a sack technically because he got blasted. Fumbles. The lineman picks it up. And, yeah, it's going to be second and about 2 miles. Yeah, that was just the defensive end just beat the double team on the left side. It's like the tackle and the guard just didn't know who they no communication skills. They just didn't bother to block the guy. So now it's 2nd and 33. This is anybody in the world could have seen a draw coming, and they missed the fucking tackle. Unbelievable. In the backfield, should have been about a 4-yard loss. Instead, he runs for 32 yards. Oh my God, the penetrating end. I mean, that's just, that's one of those plays you need to lose your scholarship for. I mean, I guess I have to give credit to Faison, but why? He didn't do anything. He took the ball and just ran after the guy whiffed at him. So now all of a sudden, and they're going to spot this at a 1st down. I thought he was short by a full yard, maybe 2. All right, so 5:02 on the clock. They did stop it. I assume they're going to review this, but still, that's a backbreaker. You had a penalty, a holding for 9 yards, and then a 15-yard sack. So you had 2nd and 33, and you can't get a stop. I'm not rooting for Virginia Tech here, boys. This is a reminder. I'm rooting for nothing to happen. I need under. I still am not. I'm willingly understanding that there are enough big playmakers on the field on offense for both sides that this game could easily blow up in a moment's notice. So I'm almost rooting for this thing to just stay quiet for the time being. Let's see how low this total gets before I can get back out of it for a little bit. I mean, I don't know if I guess technically if that tackle was made, he's rolling on top of the guy for a few yards, and maybe he's not down. He's hit. Where's the knee? Okay, maybe at the 24. 24. Even then, yeah, that's got to be like 3rd and 3. Okay. Maybe the 23. Yeah, it's 24. His knee's way down. He didn't roll over anybody. Just a bad spot. I mean, they missed it bad. Okay, still, it's a 30-yard gain. Unacceptable, inexcusable. And 5 minutes to go. South Carolina has it, leading 7-5. This has been by far their best drive of the game since their initial foray into the end zone on the first drive after the kickoff. Now what? What is this, a timeout? South Carolina's calling a timeout. How could you possibly call timeout here? You had 2 full minutes where they were fucking around with the replay and figuring out where the spot was. How are you calling a timeout? These are the things that I can't get over. I've mentioned a couple of coaching snafus already in the first half by both teams. These are things that are just not acceptable. When I'm the athletic director, I'm on a committee trying to hire a coach. These are the things that I'm going to explain to you cannot happen. You cannot you cannot go to the locker room with timeouts that you need to use. Colorado's clock management the other night. If I had Dion, I'd say, listen, Dion, you're on double secret probation. This happens again, you're out. Like, I don't care what. There needs to be a contract situation where you sign these guys for all this fucking money, and if they can't fulfill their end of the agreement, okay, you should be able to take some back. Okay, we'll give you X million a year, but if you go to the locker room with timeouts in a situation that costs us points, or you call one that gives them points that you shouldn't have, then you have to give us money back. There has to be a way to negotiate that. And conversely, if you win games, there should be, because of your clock management and whatever else you do, you should be able to have incentives for that. I'm all for paying for more. You should get paid by the way you win or lose games, the way you win them or lose them, not by what you do off the field and with recruiting and how you coach and practices. Once you get in the games, that's where games are won and lost. And you can say what you want to about how you prepare and how you recruit and all that shit. But once the game starts and there are fans in the stands, that's when the results count, not before and not after. So South Carolina does get a first down all the way down to goal to go. Harbor was there for the completed pass. So the timeout, at least to be fair, was a timeout that benefited South Carolina. So I'll ding the coach less for that one than had they not gotten the first down and been forced to kick. So no gain on the run up the middle by Faison, and it'll be second and goal at the 9. 4:10 to go before halftime. 7-5 Gamecocks. Would like them to stay out of the end zone here for my live under purposes, and I do want to see if Virginia Tech can do something here in a short field or with a short amount of time before halftime to be able to see what they'll have to do if they're in the same spot. Say they're down by anywhere between 2 and 8 in the fourth quarter with this amount of time left, what their play sheet will be and what they will do. Sellers rolls out and fires an incomplete pass. He was under some duress. There is a flag. And the flag is now picked up, it seems like. So 3rd and goal from the 9 for the Gamecocks. We're inside of 4 minutes to go in the first half. Trips right, shotgun. Drops back, plenty of time. Fade, corner fade, single coverage. Harbor, touchdown. Nick Harbor, I thought that maybe, I don't know, I didn't see it well enough. One. It's close, man. He's trying to bring it in. I don't think he caught it. I thought it was a touchdown at first. His left foot did get down, but I don't know if he had control of it when his left foot hit. God, that's a really nice play by the defensive back, win or lose. If they overturn that and I think they called it a touchdown on the field. This is why when I don't have audio, it's kind of a tough situation to try to talk to you guys because I don't know what happened. He has it there, I think. Has he finished the process of the catch? No, he's still kind of fucking with the ball. The defensive back's digging at it. That left foot's down, but the ball's not in. I don't think that's a catch. He's still. I don't. That number 11 for Virginia Tech made a tremendous play. If they end up call this an incomplete pass, he literally saves a touchdown. This is a time that I'm not going to be mad at the refs for taking their time and getting this right. If you're talking and sitting there about a 5-yard penalty that doesn't mean shit in the middle of the field for 7 minutes, that doesn't count. This here is far more important. I don't think that's a catch. He did everything right, but the defensive back kept fucking with him and eventually made him have to reassess, re-catch it. He didn't have the full process of the catch finished, and with the defensive back digging at the ball as he was falling out of bounds, that's just not a catch. He's too far out of bounds. He's not established possession anywhere near being in bounds. Even if he ended up catching the ball, by the time the defensive back was finished fucking with the ball, nope, can't be a catch. Taking a long time, but again, I'm okay with it. You got to, looks like Harbor doesn't agree with the call, I think. Yeah, it didn't show the ref, but there it is. It probably showed his audio, heard his audio. I didn't hear it. 4th and goal, they took it away. I agree with the call. 27-yard field goal. Up, good. South Carolina 10, Virginia Tech 5. 3:42 to go before halftime. Current live prices. Again, Pinnacle and Chris are in a Mexican stare down with each other. Pinnacle continues to use 5.5, and Chris continues to use 6.5. There are some others out there. Most of them are similar to those. Total 43 under, 43 flat. That's just a really nice play by the defensive back for Virginia Tech. Those are the plays in football where you have a lot of people argue with each other because some people think that, let me see. I had one of my friends that I like this guy. He's a smart guy, but he thinks he knows everything. But he tweets something. You can never argue with him about this because his mind is made up. Survive the ground is a stupid rule if the possession is confirmed in the end zone before. The has QB at that. Then he's out OB at that point. If not the same as falling in bounds. He's not live after the foot out. That was either a typo, a grammar error, or he's had one too many, or he left a letter or a word out. I get the feeling he's saying that should have been a catch. I don't agree. I think that, again, a lot of it has to do with if there's no defensive back there, then you could say, well, yeah, he had it, and he's kind of messing with it, or a little bit of insecurity, but there was nobody to make him forcibly drop the ball or go out of bounds before he had possession. In that kind of situation, I'd have said it's an easy touchdown. You don't even bother to review it. But because the defensive back was there and causing pressure to complete the process of the catch, I think that the ref has to make that call. It's not, the ball was never fully controlled before he got a foot down in bounds. By the time that he had, and he never maybe did get control, but certainly before he never had control anywhere near having a foot down in the end zone. He might have had it when he was taking his 5th step, halfway to the, way out of bounds and halfway to the front row. All right, I digress. The clock is moving. The Hokies trying to get a first down here. They're going to let Drones do it with his legs a little bit. I thought he fumbled there for a second. 3rd and 1 here at the 34. We're now inside of 2:45. Now, see, that's what you're supposed to do. If anybody sitting here listening to me crying and complaining last night about all these teams going to the shotgun or the pistol on 4th and goal or 4th and 1, I mean, I don't give a shit. Like, there's no unless. Unless you're playing against a defensive front that is clearly physically superior to you, never ever drop back 5 yards or 6 yards to try to find a way to gain 1. Get under there in the center, pick which direction you want to go, and goose the motherfucker. Just go. Just goose it. Get some guys behind you to give you a little nudge. In the NFL, Philadelphia does it with great success. The brotherly shove is a tremendous play. Use it more often. 2-minute warning. 10-5 South Carolina. It's first down at the 35. Vatek has 2 timeouts, so does South Carolina. This will be the final drive of the first half. I would expect the second half total to come in the ballpark of 27 7.5. 27 is in play as well. The current total for the game is 15. Well, surely not. It's going to be less than that because the live total is 41.5. I think that's too low, but that's also counting on there's somebody to score here. I don't know if they will, but I think they can. I think the second half total is going to be higher. I'm going to go over this. Let me try over 40.5. Let's go. Over 40.5 live. Hang on. If you can get to it, anything better than 41 flat or better. The play is for 1.5 units. Sorry, I did not specify that. And we should get this, just based on what I'm seeing from the odds screen. Good. These plays, again, there's no such thing as trying to middle this. This is just, the important thing to remember is the bet is a good bet at the time that I see it. I'm watching with my eyes what I'm trying to figure out is happening with the game flow, what the prices should be. Every time that this line comes up, it's an independent betting market. All I'm doing is trying to find a price that to me seems where there's an advantage on one side or the other based on what the line is compared to what I think it should be. That's it. Okay, 2-minute warning. Total yards 185 to 151. As you guys are aware, if you're watching the game, I got a little bit of a delayed feed, obviously. Virginia Tech 6 for 15, 108 is drones. Sellers is 7 for 13 for 89. Although he has had a couple of big plays that have either gone slightly closely against him or just incomplete. A touchdown overturned there on the last drive. Flag on the play. Sorry for the signs. I'm typing a message. It's going to go in the chat so people can see it later. The message is a little long. I'm taking out some of these thes. So, oops, I think I have a typo. Sorry about that. Let's see if my YouTube message is too long. It might not let me do it. Yeah. Shit. All right, here we go. Sorry for this. You guys are able to watch it on TV. You don't need me to talk you through it. Okay, so 4th and 1, 37 seconds left. What are we gonna do? My explanation on the chat hopefully is something that you guys can get through and digest at your leisure. But I mentioned I think that the second half totals could be as high as like 27. You know, given what the game total closed, and the fact that you know, I don't know. I mean, it might be probably closer to 26, but still, you're basically saying if you go over 40 and a half, I mean, that's 20, or even 41. That's 25 and a half, 26. That's the lowest it can be. That's basically the halftime, second half total with the game sitting 15. That means you're basically free rolling the 2-minute warning at the end of the first half. If neither team scores and it goes in 10-5, you're still getting the total is going to be 25 and a half or 26 most likely. So by going over 40 and a half live at the 2-minute warning, you have basically if neither team scores, it's then you have nothing to lose. If one team does score here, which I don't know, Virginia Tech's taking their sweet ass time for whatever reason, but if they get points, even a field goal, but preferably a touchdown, now you're cooking with Crisco because now it's sitting 22, and even at 18, it's not going to come anything close to 24. I mean, it's going to be higher than that. We'll see what happens here. There's a review. All kinds of messing around here, replays and shit. I don't know. Depending on where the ball was spotted before all this, I don't know if they have to measure it or not. If this ball was touching the 35, it just has to touch the 45. I mean, that's kind of like when when you're starting a drive, if the ball's, say for a touchback, for example, and all you have to do on the next drive starting, if the ball is touching the next yard line, there's no measurement. It's just if it's touching it, it's a first down. If it's not, then it's not. Tigers 5, Kansas City nothing. What a surprise. Lose another screwball game. That screwball's cost me so much money. He was pitching bad for a while. So I've been going against him for like 2 straight months. It worked out well for a while, and it's been terrible for the last 7 or 8. The ball is clearly over the line. Where are they spotting this? His knee's not down. He's got the 46. What's this rules guy saying? Okay, so they did spot it at the 46 or close to it. I guess they knew what they were doing with the mouse when they skipped a few TV times in the first half. I was making fun of them, and it looks like they've got it all right. This is going to end up being a 2-hour first half. So the ball they actually did need to use the change because the ball was spotted at the 35 and a half, and they got it to the 45 and a half. First down by a little bit. Not by a lot, but just a little bit. Okay, so what are we looking at here? 37 seconds left. 1 timeout only? I thought we had 2 timeouts. They didn't charge the timeout for that shit, did they? Yeah, there they go. Put it back on the board. So say, why the fuck they only got 1 timeout left? They didn't call timeout for that. All right. Out of the way, ref. Snap, shotgun, trips right, rolls right, evades pressure, fires out of bounds. That's going to be a gain of about 6. Pass is complete to A. Green. Rolls right again, drops back. Not much pressure. One guy came. He's got all day. Sets, fires. Got a man downfield, throws it. Oh, he overshot him by about 1.5 yards. Gosh damn it, Aiden Green again. That play took forever. That's the only bad thing about it. But you love to have a chance to take your shots like this. He's rolling left. He sets his feet. Fires across to the right. Man had him beat by about 2 steps. Throw it into the end zone. He just couldn't quite catch up to it. Don't mind him taking the shot. It was 2nd and 3. You got to figure with this spot, this part of the field, you probably think about going for it if you don't get this one. Let's see. Now what? Another fucking timeout? Who calls this one? This one is by South Carolina. So they're down to 1 timeout left. Got 17 seconds, 18 seconds left. Reminder for those of you who were not with me earlier, I'm calling it here at the half. The 2 plays that we've got so far live, and there might be a halftime as well. Under 48 minus 115 and over 40.5 minus 115. Both were live plays, one at the end of the first quarter, one at the 2-minute warning. There was ample time to put both of them in. I don't like the fact that I'm laying 15 cents on these things, but in the markets where those prices were available, unfortunately, that 30-cent line is a thing you have to fight in college football. Not necessarily so much so in the NFL, thankfully, but it can be brutal. It's tough to beat it, that's for sure. The bets were made independently of each other. I'm not sitting here trying for a middle. I'm looking at what I perceive to be the best value at the time based on what I was seeing with my eyes, what's happening at the line of scrimmage on the field. Slant, first down, pick up inside the 40. They've got 13 seconds left. They've got 2 timeouts. Let's call one, please. What are they doing? There's a man down for South Carolina. Yikes. So now, I don't know how good Virginia Tech's kicker is. Let's see. This is why, you look at all the shit Phil Steele back in May and June, but I don't remember whether Virginia Tech's got a good kicker or not. Yeah, John Love, I remember that. He hit 60-yard long. So he's 2nd team All ACC. So they're already at the very edge of his field goal range already. This is what I'm talking about with the free roll. Now you have a chance to maybe take a shot. You don't want to do anything that's going to cause a potential turnover or give the ball back and lose your momentum. The bottom line is if they come out of this thing and they get a field goal, they'll go into the half down by 2 and they get the ball. Chance to double dip, and they're right in this thing. And really and truly, the halftime line would have to be South Carolina as just a very small favorite. I mean, nothing at all to where they have to win it by more than, say, 3 points. But again, that comes into maybe 3, maybe 1.5 to make it 3.5 if it falls 2 at halftime. But then again, that's all predicated on Virginia Tech kicking a field goal here before halftime, which is that's the favorite as things stand. All right, I'm going to cheat here because I don't want to be falling too far behind if this thing does go in. Box score tells me that Drones is throwing an incomplete pass, and the clock will run down to 6. Okay, now I see it. That took way too long. What are they doing? So they got 2 timeouts left, and they're going to go to the locker room with them in their pocket if they're not careful. Now it's 6 seconds left. They're already in the outskirts of his field goal range, and they actually are going to kick it now. They're not going to fuck around. So this guy has a massive leg. He's 40 of 45 in his career. His long is 60. John Love lines up 56-yarder, and South Carolina will call timeout, I guess. He's 3 for 5 from 50 plus in his career. And South Carolina does call their last timeout. Hope he's not going to get himself tired. He's sprinting over there to his net to kick one more ball, and now he's sprinting back on the field. These kickers aren't necessarily in the best shape, are they? How many sprints do they run? I'm not watching the box or the screen right now. I want to see this thing happen in real time so I can give you my reaction as it goes in. I've basically set the situation, the scenario up. He makes this. It's everything that I've done is correct in terms of using those potential 3 or 6 points as a free roll on the live play, and assuming the halftime line is going to come anything between 24.5 and 26. Snap, down, up, right down the middle. Is it long enough? Oh yeah, good. The Hokey Pokes have sliced the lead from 10-5 to 10-8, and that kick did determine the first half cash as well. If you had Virginia Tech, you were not getting the money the entire half after the South Carolina touchdown until that kick. And so the Hokies have kicked 2 field goals and registered a safety. South Carolina a touchdown taken off the board that led to a field goal, and that has led us to the intermission, where South Carolina leads Virginia Tech 10-8. My plays in this game are already in the books at under 48 and over 40.5, both for 1.5 units at minus 115 each way. They're talking to Beamer. I actually want to hear this, but I can't find my fucking remote. Let me see. Hang tight. I heard him say 2 sentences. All right, that'll be it. Second half. Wow. Second half total. I see 23.5. I am shocked by that. That basically renders what I did almost irrelevant. I mean, my 40.5. Obviously, it's 41.5 now with that. But even though I thought I did the right thing, that's coming way lower than I expected. I do like over 23.5. Anything better than 24 in the second half. A lot of things conspired to keep that first half only scoring 18 points. I do not see that happening again. Let's go over at halftime. Only 23.5, minus 15 or better. Looking for 23.5 flat. $1.5 units again. Okay. He says he got it. I would advocate a play all the way all the way up to minus 15. Circa has that. Offshore places everywhere have that. 23.5 over 15 is the worst price I would recommend. I got over 23.5 flat. I need to put that in. What will happen here, I'm going to stick around for another couple minutes. If you have questions, please ask. When I'm finished, I'll turn the camera off. I'll put the line screen up. I'll leave the stream going, and I will be back in exactly 2 hours and 30 minutes. Notre Dame, Miami of Florida set to kick at 7:30. I'll stay here until 5. So 4:30 Pacific, I'll be here until 2. 2.5 hour hiatus. You can watch the second half, do what you want. I will not be around to advise you on live plays in the second half or talk you through the game. You are free to leave any questions for me in the chats as I leave both of the streams going. I will respond to them when I come back. So there's no rush. Take your time and formulate something you like, or put 20 questions in there. I don't care. If you want to give me something to talk about when I come back before kickoff of Notre Dame Miami, maybe I'll come 10 minutes before the kick and see if there's anything there. And if so, then I'll start early. And if not, then I'll wait till the game starts. But certainly, please, if you're on the fence about checking in, seeing if there's anything to talk about, give me something to talk about. Come back for the game and give me something to talk about. You see the plays under 48 minus 15 for 1.5, over 40.5 minus 115 also for 1.5, and then the second half play is over 23.5 flat. So with the game being sitting 18, that's the same as 41.5 flat. So 2 overplays and 1 underplay with several points the best of it on the underplay. 40.5, 41.5, and then under 48. So let's see if we can win all 3 of those things. As it stands, I'll do nothing else for now. I need to get out, maybe go do a little walking around the complex, maybe go swim a little bit. Anything to get some vitamin D, get the mental cleared up. Yesterday was a long day. I haven't seen any daylight since Thursday afternoon. Thursday before the games. So it's been I guess Friday before the games. It's been a long week. And my work is done for next week. And again, ask me about any of those games if you want. I will briefly discuss what happened with those as well in terms of who came out with the lines first, what happens. That always fascinates me to see if Circa's the first one or if somebody beats it to the punch. Certainly it's a different world now than when Metcalf worked. It was almost a pride thing for him to beat everybody else to the market. I believe that Jeff Davis helps with this college football, but they have another kid at Circa that helps open it, but he's not as intent on being first to the market. He wants to make sure that his work is good, and it may take him a little bit longer. So, I'll let you know what I saw earlier, and obviously I'll be monitoring that week by week to see as that competition heats up with the cat and mouse of who's first. With me not having a job, there's no super intent on me being done with my work by Saturday night. I finished as much as I could last night before I was just beat to shit and had to go to bed. But got the rest of it done this morning. I'm going to look at some 1AA boxes here. As I, like I said, I'm going to take a quick break, go outside during the third quarter, relax, and then come back to sweat the end of the game. Maybe look at some boxes from the 1AA last night. Again, Texas Tech, Arkansas Pine Bluff did not play the allotted 60 minutes because of the game score. So those are things that you have to be able to pick up from friends or ascertain elsewhere, because the box isn't going to tell you that. It just shows you who scores. Unless you go to the play-by-play, then it'll tell you. That's probably how some people figure out they did not play 60 minutes. They played a shortened second half. So, anyways, that's that. The line is going from 1.5 to 2, which again, I thought that any of that's about right. South Carolina laid 1.5 or 2. I think 2.5 is too high, but anything more than 1 and less than 3 or less than 2.5 is acceptable here. Given that the game's sitting 2, Virginia Tech gets the ball first, and the game was closed in the 6-ish range. That to me is, those are all usable numbers, workable numbers. It's, as I mentioned, after the 2-minute warning was setting up the game state, game status, I thought that the side would be about what it is. I'm surprised that the total opened this low. I really thought 26 was in play, or 26.5. So I realize it's been some struggles for the offenses both ways, but when they're playing indoors like this, and now you've seen the defenses have some success, you're probably going to have both coaches try to go back and make some suggestions to fix the offenses. Certainly, Drones has thrown 19 passes and only completed 8, and Sellers is only 7 for 13. Again, he's run into some bad luck. I mean, that touchdown that wasn't a touchdown was a really nice play by the defender. They had another couple of plays that were really close to being big and just couldn't quite hit them. A 20, a 14, an 8, and a 7 for Sellers are 5 of his completions. And, meanwhile, Virginia Tech's got a 36, a 16, a 37, and a 25. So only big plays. But, hey, you can butter your bread that way. And Drones has done that. Has thrown a pick. Sellers has not. Sellers has also ran for 50 yards. Sorry, ran for was 17. He must say he had lost a couple yards. I'm sure at one point he had like 30 yards rushing. No, he had 15 for a touchdown. He had the loss in there, so they're still at away 9 for 50. So, both teams are running the ball with some sort of success. More so for South Carolina. I think Virginia Tech actually struggling a little bit on the ground, and maybe tells me that they'll try to throw it a little bit more. But even then, South Carolina's doing a really good job of not giving them anything deep. It's they took one deep shot there late in the half, but a lot of the stuff is dink and dunk. A lot of the big plays have come on crosses. There haven't even been picks; just guys getting free and catching it and running. A lot of yak to this point. I won't say this is the most exciting game. I think that both teams have done a good job of operating within the parameters of how they expect to try to win games this year. They're not beating themselves, and if that continues, it'll be probably a pretty good finish. South Carolina did make a bigger favorite going in. If the second half plays out much as it did the first, I'll have to make an adjustment, probably slightly down on South Carolina and maybe a little bit more up on Vatek based on the fact that I didn't think talent-wise they would be able to line up on both sides and be this competitive. I thought the South Carolina would be a little better, and that has not happened. So kudos thus far to Virginia Tech, but there's a long way to go here. And I do like the job that South Carolina did to finish last season. I do like the fact that they were able to run scripted plays early and take the lead. And in a game that's been this close, that might end up being the difference in the end. So 9 minutes to go before the second half. The lines are stagnant. It is the top of the hour. Basically there is a 2 -20 at Buckeye. So there is some South Carolina leaning. But again, with Virginia Tech getting the ball first, I think that 1.5 is the number. That's basically what it is. The totals are now basically 24 everywhere, which 18 to 24 is 42. 41 to 42 in college, usually not a huge deal. But again, with the safety thrown in there, that throws everything for a loop. And throw out the score for the game. If you're talking about halves only, 23.5 to 24 is a monster number almost all the time. Monster. Just cannot properly explain how important that half point is. 26 to 27, 23 to 24, even 27 to 28 less so. 20 to 21 or 20 to 19 are monster. I mean, they're just some of these points and half points in that at that range. There are just so many outcomes for games to get to those numbers. So I'll call it for now. I wish you luck. Take care. I will throw on the line screen now. And looks like no chats. Looks like no questions to answer. Hope everybody's having a good day. Hopefully everybody's had a good weekend. Enjoy the rest of this game. I will be back in 2.5 hours, a little bit less than 2.5 hours to check the first half of Notre Dame and Miami of Florida. From Miami Gardens, that line currently, Notre Dame is laying 3, as high as 3 flat at a couple of places. There is some 2.5 -19 at Bet Online, which is the cheapest. Technically, that 2.5 to 3 is not worth nearly as much in college as it is in the NFL. Total is 51.5. There are some 51 starting to hit the screen. It opened as high as 54. It's gotten down below 50 at some point. There was some sharp under earlier in the week. Gotten bet back up a little bit on the buyback guys. That's where we stand for now. Again, I'll be back in less than 2.5 hours. And good luck from now until then. The bets that you see from me on this game, there are 3 of them. That will be it, are in the chat. Good luck. And we fire up the odds screen to give you something to look at from now until then. Talk soon. They almost caught me with my pants down here. Thought this game was supposed to start at 8. It looks like Notre Dame's going to get the ball first. I've had my eye on the radar in this game for a little while. Obviously, some people think under is the right way when it rains like this. The field was played on yesterday. Howard, there was a 1AA game there. Howard was one of the teams. I forgot who else. So we'll see how it holds up. Second game in 24 hours, basically. Miami did win the toss and defer.
They almost caught me with my pants down.
Oops.
Thought this game was supposed to start at 8.
YouTube.
It looks like.
All right. As you guys can tell, the first bet on the under live in the earlier game in Atlanta was a winner. The two other bets live and second half over were losers. Got to the point where it had a chance. I mean, Virginia Tech scores. They had the ball in South Carolina territory, down by 13 with the chance to win it, or to get the back door, for the game and to get the game over. Would have been the second half over. It would have been a scoop city. 3-0 turns into 1-2. Probably wrong sides on the over, but I would do it again. Good numbers. Let's move on. In this game here, I have no opinion whatsoever going in. I made the game Notre Dame 1.5 on top. The game closed 50.5. I'll be here with you until halftime, just like the first game. Notre Dame, I do have this game on ABC. I have a faster feed than you guys do, so I'll be able to do a pretty good job of telling you what happens and being ahead of everything when it comes to play-by-play. Pretty raucous crowd in Miami Gardens. I'm pretty aware of the situation with the weather. The WeatherWise app is great. I pulled it up a little bit ago. I'll give you a brief view of the weather there. If you zoom in, let me see if I can get an updated radar feed. 3rd and 7, 1 minute and 10 seconds in. Carr drops back, screen, complete. God, I don't know how he got through the traffic, and he's still going. Faison, first down Notre Dame. That dude is electric. Absolutely electric. 14-yard gain. I really thought he caught it at the 25. I really thought they'd had him dead to rights. But he got out of it. Notre Dame's out actually already all the way near midfield. 42 or so. First down. Snap, shotgun, out again to the same guy. Complete, first down again, missed tackles. This is just a good, Notre Dame has them well scouted. This is a problem in this game is I think Miami has better players, but Notre Dame has a significant coaching edge. And even with this guy not having played quarterback before, I still think that he's probably as good or better than the Miami guy, even though he obviously wasn't the same. He doesn't have the same recruiting, background or whatever. So, Hard Rock Stadium on this weather, you'll notice, you can see it here, right where the dip is on the road. That's all room for Hard Rock and where they play the tennis and stuff like that. So, Florida's Turnpike is that on the right side, that blue, and then 817 is on the left, and right in the middle between those two, where the road dips, right there where you see the radar has a little gray spot, that's where they're playing this game. This is a live feed. I'm going to go pull this back, and then I'm going to bring it back to you in a second when I update the radar feed with a loop, and then I'm going to pull out to show you from a further out distance what's happening here and why I expect rain the whole night. Okay, this radar is looping from 4:11 p.m. until 4:49 Pacific, so Eastern time. This is what we're dealing with. In this screen right here, you'll see Miami Gardens. It's very small. I have to put it close to the camera. And then right above Miami Gardens, you'll see what I'm talking about, where the dip is in the road. And this is what's happening, and this is what's coming towards the stadium. I'm going to put it all the way down to the bottom on the right because this is a system coming from northwest to southeast. This gives you an idea of what we're looking at here. So whatever's happening on TV right now, you're going to see the same amount of rain. 3rd and 9 Notre Dame, scrambling, throws it back away. They'll have to punt. 11:46 to go. So, bottom right corner, you'll see Miami Gardens, and then you'll see the Turnpike, bottom right there. So basically where my finger is right now, I'll take it off. I'll zoom this up into here. You'll see where the little notch is in the road. So that's where you know where the stadium is. Let me pull out enough to where I can show you what's happening and look at the radar. Headed to that head, just bands and bands of rain with no real end in sight. I could scroll out a little bit more even to show you what's happening and what's coming. You don't have to see the whole thing. You don't have to be on top of the stadium for all of this just to see this is what we're looking at over the course of the next few hours. So at least through halftime, if I had to guess, it's going to be raining. It's up to you to look at the stadium, look at the ABC feed, and determine how much rain that is and how significant it will play into the handicap. Remember, there was a game on this field yesterday. I think it was ridiculous that they didn't play this game first, or they didn't play that Howard game tomorrow. Whatever, because there's no reason to play a game. Miami, this is supposed to be their main home. They're supposed to be the main tenant of this place. But I don't understand. Now, Miami, I believe that their coordinator was in Minnesota last year, and this is it looked like on the first drive a lot of double high shell, and not surprising that that's one of the tenets of what the coordinator brought to them. So Notre Dame should be expecting that, I think, going forward. Like I said, they certainly did going in. That's why that you attack them with a couple of quick, screens and quick hits, and get the ball, try to find it to get 6 and get him in space. So a couple of first downs for Notre Dame. After that, nothing. The punt is I don't know where they ended up with it. I just have to double check it. The box score doesn't tell me yet. 6 passes, 1 run for Notre Dame, 33 yards. Total 32 in the air, 1 on the ground. The live line at the 11:46 mark, Notre Dame still laying points. 3 dog money, 2.5 minus money. The total is now, after closing, in the 50.5 range, which was a point to a point and a half lower than what it was earlier. The total is now 46.5, 47, and the live markets. Obviously not enough for me I haven't seen enough yet to decide whether it's worth a play or not. I'll need to see what Miami can do on offense. I don't know. I'm generally speaking a fan of Notre Dame's coach and their defense. But the total, tough to say how low you think it is. I thought earlier this morning after watching a couple drives it was probably an over, and then it looked like the defense is settled. And so at the end of one, I thought under live was the play, as you can see in the chats. And then as the game progressed, it looked like there might have been some value. And certainly at the 2-minute warning, I thought I had a little bit of a free roll. And certainly they got a field goal out of it, so we had the best of it. Looking back, I probably should have sat tight at halftime and not gone for any more. At that point you have a middle between 40.5 and 48. I didn't plan it that way, but it's hard to knock the idea that I had the best of it. If you have that situation every day, you can make a bet on a game over 40.5 and under 48, and you're going to do real well for yourself, regardless of the result. All right, so Notre Dame is going to punt now. I'm not sure what the timeout was all about. Let's say Miami had to call one. They're at the Miami 42. Pooch. Inside the 5, it's a fair catch, and Miami will take over at their own 4. Let's see if they double bang us on the commercials. I hope not. Please, Mr. Mouse, let's not be greedy with the early banging on the commercials. I'd like to get on with my evening here. I will be with you guys throughout the first half. Feel free to ask any questions regarding this game, the first game. Anything next week. I had the LOD screen up for all of those games. If you wanted to go back in the feed, right at the 2-hour mark of when this started, so depending on whether on YouTube or Twitch, I don't know if you can do it on Twitch yet. I know on YouTube you can. Go back, and right when I quit the earlier feed, I went through the odds logic screen and showed the lines. Zoomed in a little bit so you could see it a little bit better. Showed the odds and the line, the games, the matchups, or whatever, and all the lines for all of the games next week. And I gave you enough time to probably write them down if you wanted to. So those who don't have, or take pictures, whatever you want. And obviously, if you have Twitter, the Circa account has tweeted out the opening lines from them for next week. I'll put those on my chart. I'll be working on 1AA stuff later on tonight. I'll be updating my chart. I've got everything done with my numbers. I have 4 pages worth of stuff to fill out. My printer's on the fritz. That's fun. I actually had to go to the library and print this shit. Not really very fun, but get an idea of what I'm going to be doing here later on. You got my price, my power rating, my price. I'll try to get Ed's number later on. Then I have the Circa opener, a little bit of space for another offshore opener. Used to be the Chris line would be right here, but that's not relevant anymore. And then all the space in the games for injuries and chart out who's trying to bet the games. So a little bit harder to do this stuff without having actually somebody that actually having my own ticker to chart bets from sharp guys, the people that I respect, and, whatever money, you name it. I'll ask around as always if there's a game that gets me tripped up and try to get as much help as I can. Hurricanes on the move a little bit here. They've picked up a first down, and they're 2nd and 5 at their own 29. Beck out of the shotgun, trips left. He's going to go ahead and give it to the back, and they bowl forward. Nice piece of work there. Looks like, who is that, Lyle? Give him 5. 2 carries, 10 yards for the Miami running back. And the Canes have matched Notre Dame with the 2nd first down. So, we're inside of 10 minutes. Miami, their first drive of the game, out from the 4 to the 34. Motion left out of the shotgun, RPO. Looks like a pass to Moore again. That'll be his 2nd catch. Looks like he got about 8. Miami got to go maybe a little bit of pace. Yeah. Tight ends lined up right behind the line of scrimmage offset. There's a play fake. He's going to take a shot over everybody's head. Showing off his arm, but really not much of a chance to complete that one. 3rd and 2. I think that Miami has done well enough so far in this early down and distance. It looks like Notre Dame was trying to call a timeout. The middle linebacker was making signals towards the umpire. They didn't give it to him. I much prefer that camera angle, by the way. It's what you use when you play Madden. So I grew up on that. Here we go. Got it again. The sky cam. Anytime they play important games and they have that, they probably have it right now on ESPNU or something. The only problem about watching that is the ABC feed is live, and I have the antenna, so I'm getting super good feed here. And they predictably try to run it some sort of a power play to the left. No chance. And they're going to have to punt now, too. Notre Dame had more men there than Miami could block. The rain on the radar that I showed you looks fairly ominous and, oh, it's going to be a problem. But, I mean, this is Miami. They're used to this shit. Does this, 200 days a year down there. Pitch is in fine shape. Nobody's slipping and falling. There's no lightning. Doesn't seem to be any ill effects of what we've seen so far. 4th and 2, Miami to punt. It's a good one. Back to the 15. Plenty of room to return. Breaks one tackle, breaks another. Dragged down at about the 23. They'll take timeout now, I'm sure. 8 minutes to go in the first quarter. So each team's had the ball once. They both have gotten a couple of first downs. And we're right back where we started after about 3 minutes. The live line will be similar. On the side, the total will come probably 43.5, 44. Grab a drink here. So tomorrow, Labor Day, the last game of the holiday weekend, Texas Christian playing against North Carolina. Fascinating setup in that TCU a couple years ago played against Deion Sanders at home as a 20-something point favorite, and his Colorado Buffaloes in his first game at Colorado. And the Buffs went down to Fort Worth and won the game outright. So Dykes has been in this situation before, certainly knows how to coach in games involving, celebrities or with a circus and a tent and all that good stuff. So let's see how TCU adapts tomorrow. Certainly this game opened North Carolina the favorite early in the summer or late spring, whenever you saw the first signs of the ability to have a chance to bet, and it's just been one-way traffic most of the summer. It actually got up to 3 earlier this month, and the game ended up closing. It's going to close. Well, let me rephrase that. We still have 24 hours to kick off, and that's what time, by the way, I'll be here tomorrow. I thought the game was going to start tonight at 8. Tomorrow, it says it starts at 8. We'll see if that holds true again. Game's on ESPN tomorrow night, so I'll have a delayed feed, unlike tonight's. By the way, live price, there is 1 minus 16 at Pinnacle, 2.5 flat at Chris, 1.5 minus 15 circa, 2.5 minus 30 at the Westgate. Whoever's doing that one tonight probably has a little bit of an opinion, or they are out to Notre Dame and are trying to shorten up. I don't know for sure. It's a philosophical thing. Every book does things their own way. 42.5 flat, 43.5 under. Pretty much are the totals you see. No opinions on either one. It's too early for me to have an opinion on any of this stuff so far from what I've seen. So yeah, this game ABC tomorrow, ESPN. TCU I made actually as a 5-point favorite. So if I had gotten anywhere near the number that they came out with first, I would have leaned that way. At this price, nothing. Again, just see what happens tomorrow. Nothing would surprise me. North Carolina win would not. TCU winning by a lot would not. We'll just see how it plays itself out. There are no college games on Thursday. I will probably not be back until Thursday. I'm not committing to that, by the way, either. The thing that I need to do is get in touch with people that I need to hope have helped me with logos and the business side of the Streamlabs part, the making this thing look a little better. Obviously, you guys can see what I'm saying, and you can listen to what I have to say and comment with me if and when we get to that point. Right now, the interaction is minimal, and that's okay. I mean, I'm just getting started here. I don't expect everybody to be sitting here all day watching me hours on end. It'll be a lot easier once there are other people interacting, and you can talk not only to me or listen to what I have to say, but there are others that will be in the chat as well. So when that comes, obviously it'll be a little bit more entertaining for everybody. Notre Dame has snapped the ball on first down, 8 minutes to go. Another quick screen, this time to Fields, and he is wrapped up, and the Miami defense is saying they stole the ball from him. No, just going to be an incomplete pass. So 2nd and 10, they seem to be really riled up. Marcus Freeman seems a bit dismayed. They did steal the ball. Was it caught in the air? Did he steal it from him before it hit the ground? It's going to be called an incomplete pass. He fumbled it. Scott hit him really hard, but I don't think he ever had possession. They may review it. I don't know. And of course, I don't have audio. That's tough in this situation. Again, I'm not getting a good enough view here. There's no doubt that the ball came out and Miami got it. I just don't know if there was ever possession. Is the turnover chain coming? It looks like he's going to the bench. Yeah, they're going to call it a strip by Scott, and 8 gets it for the Canes, so they've taken over at the Notre Dame 24. Shotgun, trips right. They're taking a shot here. There's some little bit of hand-to-hand combat between the Miami receiver and Notre Dame DB. Nothing comes of it in the end. It's just an incomplete pass. Notre Dame has flipped to the favorite in the live lines now, which is appropriate given the fact that they forced a turnover in plus territory and they were only a small dog to begin with. Total has to go up a little bit, which it has, based on the fact that Notre Dame, the Miami, the last drive Notre Dame was starting 75 yards from the end zone, and now Miami is only 25 yards from the end zone. Following the chains of possession, and only 8 seconds running off. Here's a run. Nothing to it. They tried the left side. Notre Dame seemed to have numbers up there. Beck maybe could have tried something different. And now we see 3rd and 9. Clock moving. We'll see how aggressive Miami here is, and that'll tell you a good part about A, the weather, and B, the confidence they have in their offense to make plays against Chris Ash's defense. Notre Dame's got guys at the line. I don't know if they're going to drop out or if they're going to send some. Beck is checking out of his play, it looks like. He's in the shotgun. Nobody's in the backfield. They only rush 3. He throws it low. It is complete. It's very near the marker to Marion. I think he's a little short. The spot is short, and it's going to be 4th and short. I would say less than a yard at the 15. I'm guessing they'll probably go for it. When they're that close, it's probably the right call. This is one of those things where if you see them kick a field goal on like 4th and 3, then you know that under's probably right. They're basically saying, we don't think you can score a lot of points against us. We're willing to take 3. Miami, let's see here. Tight bunch, shotgun. They do give it to the back. He pounds his way through. This is one I'm okay with. On 4th and 1, even though they lined up in the shotgun, it wasn't like the pistol or they're going to drop back a bunch of yards. You line up like men, you give it to your guy, and you go straight forward. There's no misdirection, no hanky-panky crap. You just flat out snap it, and you get your guys to set the edge, and you go. First down carried by Fletcher. They've moved it. It's going to be about a 3-yard pickup to the Notre Dame 12. 6 minutes to go. Clock moving. 5.5 when they snap it here, most likely. Notre Dame in a 4-3. Shotgun motion right. They run left into it. Again, give it to the back Fletcher. He's going to go pound his way through for about 4. And the next snap will take us to the 5-minute mark of the first quarter. Canes threatening. Not quite a goal-to-go situation yet, but trying to cash in off the fumble and grab some points here on their second possession of the game. No football Tuesday, no football Wednesday. The only game on Thursday is an NFL game. Probably the same schedule for me. Dallas and Philly, 8 o'clock in Brazil. Or I'm sorry, in 8:20 in Philly. And they run it again, and this is not going to go anywhere. Fletcher stacked up in the backfield. Notre Dame had guys up front. They had more than they could block. And it's going to be 3rd and about 8 now, back at the 10. The game in Philly on Thursday is an NBC game, I believe. I'll have a good feed there. I'll be around for the first half. There is no college. Friday, Kansas City and the Chargers are in Brazil, 8 o'clock. I think that's an Amazon or a Netflix game. I'll figure it out by Thursday and let you know. And I'll have that one, be able to, again, first half only Friday. Take it back. There is some college games, 7 and 7:30. James Madison, Louisville, and third down pass is batted down. Field goal attempt will be coming. Northern Illinois is in Maryland. Let me real quick give you the TV while I'm thinking about this. I'm actually going to try to chart all the TV games later so I can have that written down and not have to go back and look at the other computer for it later on. Week 2. Next week. All right, here we go. That game, James Madison, is on ESPN2, and Northern Illinois, Maryland is on the Big Ten channel. There are 2 other shit games that night on the Big Ten and FS1. I'll have those as well, so I'll be able to watch them for those who are interested in them. But all early starts. Well, the Boise game's not until 6 against Eastern Washington and 9 Eastern. Another Miami field goal coming from 28. Bad snap. Fire. Holders got it. Fire. Oh, not even throwing it. Runs out of bounds and nothing comes of it. I think it was an okay snap. The holder just couldn't get it down. I have to see the replay, but nothing happens here. And it stays 0-0. 3:53 to go. Notre Dame's defense holds. Let's see the replay. Oh, it wasn't a good snap. It was low, and the holder never had a chance to get it down. Bum, 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 bam. And so the Canes, with the ball at the Notre Dame 24 after the forced fumble on the screen, get nothing. And I have a feeling the way this game's playing out, they may end up ruining that. The total's going to dip down into the 30s almost for sure after what happened there. Again, that may be a little bit too premature given the fact that Miami didn't have a whole lot of field to work with there. And Notre Dame was able to kind of stiffen up. But, yikes. Yeah. We're talking 4:22 to go in the first. Notre Dame now laying 2 to 2.5, total 38.5, pretty much painted everywhere. Circa, the first to take the bull by the horns. They're using a minus 115 both ways, so 38 flat for them. 30 under 15 both ways, over 15 as well. No real thoughts there. So Thursday, I'll be with you right at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 Eastern for James Madison Louisville. That's an ESPN2 game. And Maryland and Northern Illinois kicks off a half hour later on on Big Ten channel, and then the NFL game is a half hour after that. Also on that'll be, like I said, I think it's on Amazon. So those 3 games, I'll be sticking around with you through at least the Chargers and Kansas City first half. Probably that's it. Probably till about 9:30 Eastern on Friday. Saturday's a full house again. And then Sunday's week 1 of the NFL, I will be here with you from kickoff of the early games through halftime of the early games. And I'll take about an hour break and come back for the conclusion of the early kicks and the first half of the late kicks. And that'll be till about 6 or so Eastern. And then I'll likely call it a night as I continue to do my work on next week's stuff. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. If enough people are interested, obviously, the late game with it on NBC, with me having a pretty fast feed, will be in play. So let's just. I don't want to commit to anything just yet. Sort of have a skeleton idea. Feedback is always welcome. Comments in the chat always welcome. Anybody who knows me knows how to get a hold of me. I did post on Facebook about doing this, sort of my first public venture. So anybody who's friends with me on Facebook will know. I'm not going to Twitter just yet. No real hurry to tell the world until I get things a little bit more cleaned up and professional. Those who have my phone number, Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram, all acceptable forms of communication at all times. And like I say, I'm just in the process of trying to slowly adapt to what I'm doing here. This is the 4th straight day I've done this, and like I said, I like to be thinking that there's going to be incremental improvements at all times. And I noticed a few things, and I'm not going to tell you guys. That's up for you to catch it yourself. I've noticed a few things that I've done myself that I'm sort of, oh no, I wouldn't have did that, or I got to remember not to do that. It's no good. It reflects poorly on the production, or affects poorly on me personally. So, anyways, there's that. Back to football in Miami Gardens. The Irish will take over at the 21. 3:53 to go, first quarter. Again, the live price Notre Dame 2.5 is total in the 38 range, give or take. Going to try to establish the run here, and this time it's working. That's Love. Certainly, him only having 2 carries for 1 yard was probably not in most Fighting Irish game plan script through 2 drives. Although, to be fair, the second drive a little bit of an asterisk, given that Notre Dame only ran 1 play before the bubble screen fumble. They gave Miami the short field, which ultimately didn't net them any points. 2nd and 2, Carr, shotgun, back to the left. They fake it to, they only give it to him. His read, I think, was incorrect. I think if he keeps it, he probably gets a first down and more. As it is, the gain for Love is only 1 yard. It's going to be 3rd and maybe 1. Clock now ticking inside of 3 minutes in the first quarter. Those of you who are watching baseball, you can sweat the Phillies with me. They lead on a home run in the bottom of the 4th. They lead Atlanta 1-0. Top 5 there. That's an ESPN game. don't think there's anything else going on. Let's see. Quarterback draw, and Miami sniffs it out. Out of the shotgun again. I don't necessarily hate that one. I mean, you're trying to disguise something that maybe looks like a pass, but I don't know whether Miami knew or they're just had penetration and the guy was supposed to come after it again. I need to see the replay. The right guard they're focusing on here. Oh yeah, the right guard went to go try to double, and he left the tackle in the middle just totally untouched. Hello. Yeah. Whoever the analyst is in this game did a good job of catching that as it happened live, because he went right to the telestrator and showed us. And Notre Dame will be forced to punt after losing a couple. It looks like a pretty good punt. Back to the 30 was very high. Caught in that area. Wanting a flag. Nothing flies. 1:46 to go, and the Hurricanes will take over at their own 29. This punt was 43 yards. As the Stream Center on ABC shows you, Mr. Mouse has got the baseball game on. He's got Winston-Salem and Tuskegee on ESPNU. And that's not a game with numbers. I don't keep numbers for either of those teams. Then you got the tennis on the deuce. U.S. Open, Flushing Meadows. No commercial. Thank you, Mr. Mouse. I appreciate it. Let's get through the first quarter here. I don't see any questions anywhere. Feel free to ask. I do have some people watching on both streams. I appreciate that. All right, Miami out of the shotgun again. This is a little bit of a delay. Uh-oh. He's broken a tackle, and now Fletcher has gotten into the secondary. It's going to be a first down, Canes. There's just, I don't see a whole lot of separation here. Both teams look like they're able to do some things. Ultimately, to me, I still think coaching may win out in the end. Let's see how it plays through halftime. I think if I have a gun to my head and it stays closer, Miami has a small lead, I would only have Notre Dame at halftime. It looks to me like Miami has better players. And that, I'm a little surprised by that, given that going in I thought Notre Dame should be a little bit better, even at Miami. Interesting stat that Miami ran the ball between the tackles more than anybody in football last year except for Baylor. I do remember watching them, and they were extremely fond of running inside, and I kind of was surprised by that. You think Miami, you think athletes, and you think guys that want to get the edge and try to make plays. But this team under Cristobal has been much more try to run a power game. This is a quick receiver screen that's incomplete. Tried to get Marion involved. A little bit low and with the rain. It's now 34 seconds to go and 3rd and 7. Not a good pass. Could have been caught. I don't think he would have did it. Probably was better that he didn't catch it. He would have lost yardage. Drops back, complete, got space. Good concept, good design, good execution. That's Tony. First down, Canes. And they are into, well, yeah, I think they're into Irish territory. Yeah. That was 3rd and 7 at the 48. Yeah, good execution there. And they've got it down to the 39. Clock running. This might be the end of the first quarter. They do get one more snap. It's a pass. It's Tony again. It's complete. And that the first quarter will end with Miami another first down at the Notre Dame 28. The live price, Notre Dame is going to be the favorite. I'm sorry, Miami's going to be the favorite, and the total is going to be somewhere around 38. At least so I think. First quarter box score. Canes 83 to 42 yardage edge. That is basically driven by the fact that this is the 3rd drive. Notre Dame only ran one play on their second, got 2 yards. They went 3 and out on one of the drives. Miami 7 for 37, which is very similar to Notre Dame's first 7 for 33. The second drive, Notre Dame fumbled. Miami botched a field goal attempt. Then Notre Dame punted. Miami's moving the ball. So that's where you get the little bit of the yardage edge. And again, 2 punts to 1 with 1 empty possession for each team. Miami's in the middle of their third. They have it in Notre Dame territory again, 83-42. They ran for 24 yards to 8 for the Irish, which again is an asterisk given the fact that Notre Dame didn't have the ball enough on their second drive to run it at all and didn't really try to do it much on their first drive. I think that there will be a focus and an emphasis on trying to get Jeremiah Love the ball more often here in the second quarter, I would think. Certainly Miami knows that as well. Maybe that's part of Notre Dame's game plan to try to, mix in the pass and establish the pass to then set up the run. Passing yards 59-34, 6 first downs to 2 for Miami. And they did convert their only fourth down. The box score says 1 of 2. They're counting the field goal box as a fourth down conversion, which was fake news. 20 plays to 11. Yards per play were close to 4 for each team. Time of possession 9 and some change to 5.5. And that's about it. Nothing really noteworthy so far. No score. It seems to be an under game, but there's a long way to go. You know how these things can change on a dime, just depending on how things play out. Live prices, Miami is 2.5 minus money. A couple places offshore have 2.5 flat. Total is 37.5 flat or 37.5 under, minus 120 under. I don't see any questions. Okay, I do see some viewers, more so than expected. I'm back to, those who didn't watch earlier, I'm back to wearing a t-shirt today. And my father told me after Thursday I should shave. But after yesterday's efforts, basically in the last 24 hours, I can't really afford a razor at this point. Gonna have to maybe go to the neighbors next door and see if he'll let me borrow one. Rough go of it. Put myself in the penalty box for a day. Thursday was great. Friday was really good. Saturday started out okay, and then everything turned pear-shaped. I'm actually happy not to be in action going into the games today and tomorrow. The live stuff pops up when it does. I don't have any opinion here, by the way. I reported to you what I thought. And the live price is down to 37 now. It's getting to the point where I would like to go over at some point, but I need to see some signs of life to show me from Notre Dame, to show me that they're going to, well, for both teams really. Miami's showing me it now, but to show me some signs of life that they're going to be able to effectively move the ball better than they have at this point. I mean, the second drive doesn't count. The guy fumbled. I mean, it was a great play by Miami to blow up the quick pass to the outside to Faison. But really, the other 2 drives, Notre Dame hasn't looked comfortable. The quarterback hasn't really made any throws to make me think that he's going to be able to do it that way. I know they want to try to establish that with him being a new quarterback and all, but I still think if you have a guy that has the talent level of Love, you got to find a way to get him involved and make the other team stop him. But again, I'm not going to sit here and criticize those guys. Hindsight's 20/20. I mean, I'm not. If you tell me before the game starts that that's going to be the game plan, I'm going to say, yeah, that's fine. Let's give it a try. Just hasn't worked out so far. So we're a quarter in. Canes ball to start the second. They're in Irish territory at the 28. Shotgun snap, hand. This time it's Lyle, and he is dancing around, and there's not much there. Let's see how long it takes for this total to get much lower. Like I say, I'm not interested yet, and I'm certainly not going to go under 37.5 or 37 when the game was bet down from 54 to open to 50, and then it's raining. And again, I think rain a lot of times is a very overrated under thing. If there's much rain, it favors the offense. They know where they're going and what they're doing. The defense has to react, and a lot of times they're the ones caught with their, having to be, the reactive time play makes it tougher in the rain than it does if it's dry. Tried to run like kind of a fade, and it looks like the Irish defender maybe got kneed in the helmet. He's hurt. Maybe injured. We'll call him hurt for now. and I'll explain the designation, and I need you guys to understand what it is because I feel very strong about this. It'll be 3rd and 10 at 14:11 to go after the stuffed run and the incomplete pass. So, the movie The Program, which was based on a true story, roughly, if you want to get right down to it, about Florida State football. They even had the same color and everything. It wasn't a knee, it was just his helmet hit the ground. But one of the star players on the defense went down and was hurt and injured, whatever you want to call it. He goes down, and the coach comes out and he says, well, are you hurt or are you injured? And the guy says, what? I don't understand. He goes, well, if you're injured, if you're hurt, that means you need to get up and play. If you're injured, that means you can't play. And I remember, I might have been 15 years old when that movie came out, and I said, that is going to be my mantra for the rest of my life. For as long as I'm involved in sports, and especially in football, I will make sure that everybody knows that there is a difference between being hurt and being injured. So if you get in a little bit of a car crash and you maybe got yourself bruised a little bit, but your car still works and you can get to work, that means you're going to go to the office and you're working hurt. You're hurt, but you're not injured. If you get in a car crash, somebody flips your car upside down and you have to go to the hospital, that means you've been injured and you're unable to work. So just so you want to convert that to a real life experience from football, that's the differentiation. Now you've got it, now you know. Please remember, don't make me say this every time I do a live stream. There's a difference between being hurt and being injured. Now you know what it is. 3rd and 10, as there's a Notre Dame player down, we won't specify yet whether he is hurt or injured. The difference being whether if he gets back up and comes in the game later, that means this situation with him being down will result in him having been hurt. If he is out for the game and longer, that means this play has injured him. He is injured. All right, my TED Talk is over. Thank you for attending. 14:11 to go in the second. Miami, 2.5 in the live markets and 36 flat at circa 36 over, actually minus 120, so it's slight lean to over. Most other places 37 flat. I actually at this point kind of like Notre Dame. If it was 3, I think I'd like it better, but I still need to see something out of their offense. The fact is that Miami has sort of had some chances here. This will be their second time inside the Notre Dame 30, and they didn't score the first time, and they're probably an underdog, quite frankly, to score this time if they don't get any more yards here. I'm not sure what their kicking situation is. I didn't get a chance to see the first time because the snap was just bad. Let me look at the preseason units. I can't do this for Notre Dame because they're in the independents. So they're comparing their kickers to the two Pac-2 teams and UConn. At least I got a 17-team sample in the ACC, and I can see how Miami's kicker stacks up to the other 16 of them. Looks like Smoo, Vatek, Clemson, and Stanford. So Miami's kicker didn't make the cut. Doesn't mean he's bad. It just means he's not good or great or elite. All right, here we go. Let's see if they pick on the backup here. Shotgun, 2 receivers to the left, 3 to the right. Well, the tight end's out. He's going to run. Oh, wow, great play. And they did pick on him. That's the backup. Wow, look, a little bit of a cross, and it's a touchdown, Canes. I want to see that play from the other angle, from the sky cam, end zone cam, whatever you want to call it. Malachi Tony, 28-yard touchdown. He did a good job of out of the gun. There was time that Notre Dame didn't send a lot of guys. He sort of, dropped back to the left, and that allowed him time for the receiver from the right side to go across the field. And like I said, I think that was the backup that came in for the guy that got hurt for Notre Dame. And again, I don't know what the coverage was. The camera angle doesn't let me see it, from that side view that unfortunately is so prevalent when we watch these games. So 14:03 to go before the half, and the Canes. Extra point bangs. Oh, I thought it banged off the bar. It slid inside the bar, and it's good. So 57 seconds into the second quarter, Miami leads at 7-0. Yeah, that's like a little bit of a I don't know. It's like the pass was bad enough. I can't tell if it was just an in or kind of a post. I don't know. Anyways, the ball was thrown enough that he caught it and nobody else could. So that's Beck's first touchdown pass as a Miami Hurricane. He's now 7 of 12 for 87 yards. And the hosts strike first. New live price, Miami 4. There's some 4.5 out there as well, as high as 5.5. Total 41.5. There's a 42.5. All it takes is a touchdown and the dam breaks. A Notre Dame response here would certainly send things in motion. Let's see what happens. I think this is a big drive, both for the side and total, not just for this half, but for the whole shit and caboodles. Kickoff is into the end zone. They bring it out. Not a wise move. They got him stacked up at about the 15. Let's see. I forgot also. I should have turned this on. The F1 was this morning, but not at an absurd hour. The NASCAR is in Darlington, and I don't know whether that was a night race scheduled for this late. I'm assuming that's got to be a weather situation. 9:05 Eastern for a Sunday seems kind of late. For those of you interested, one of my guys is involved, and I have another one that also has the same stuff. A lot of it. If you need something to bet, maybe get a look at Logano. And Denny Hamlin's also a very popular choice, which makes some sense. I mean, Hamlin's actually favored against Larson in matchups. And that you think if you had to pick one guy to win a race every week, given how good of a driver is and what sort of a backing he has, then Larson would probably be my guy. So if he's not even favored against Hamlin this week, that makes sense. All right, I digress. Notre Dame has it now after a 3-yard gain. Carr throws it to Love this time. They're going to do whatever they can to get him the ball. I still don't understand why they're not more hell-bent on trying to run the ball with him. Oh, I'm fake news. That's 6:05 Eastern. That race is already going in stage 2. Jesus. Thanks for the reminder. Okay. I don't have it on, as you can tell. Giving my TVs a break. The last couple of days have been rough on them. I didn't break any of them, though. That's the good news. I was pretty close last night at one point. Things just kept getting worse. Spiraling out of control. 3rd and 4. After Love ran for 3 yards there. So 3 yards on back-to-back plays for the Irish. They are 1 for 3 on 3rd down. This is a similar situation in the yards to go. Motion left, shotgun, back offset to the right. 3-man rush, drops it off. Not even an easy pitch and catch. And the Irish will be forced to punt, another 3 and out. Certainly look a little bit disjointed on the offense. I mean, good enough route, but even if he catches it, he's still short. I don't think that's more than about a 2 or 3 yard gain. I don't understand the thought process. And again, I brought this up last night for those of you who were here listening to me rant and rave as things were going sideways, and I was getting my teeth kicked, and I was making all kinds of how much this shit pisses me off comments, and that was one of them. Obviously the shotgun snaps when you're 4th and goal at the 2 or at the 1 or midfield, 4th and inches, instead of just trying to take the ball and pound it up their ass. Unless you're playing against a ferocious defensive front, what's the point? I mean, just get the ball and go forward. Don't snap it 6 yards back. And the other thing is when you have 4th down and 3 or 4th and 4 or 3rd and 6 and you throw the ball 2 yards short of the sticks. Like, what's the point of that? I mean, whether it be on some sort of an out where they catch it and they can't run. They try to run, but they can't, or they have to fall down. I mean, there's no yards gained of that. And in college, it's not like in the NFL. It's college, it's worse because if you go down, that's it. There's no getting up from that. In the NFL, at least if the coverage is a little bit off, which usually it's not, they're trying to play tight when it's a short yardage situation. But you can at least get up and try to, or at least roll. You can get it and roll for the first down if you need a yard or two. College, that's it. Once you're down, that's it. Tap out. I just don't understand the thought process. And even that play, well, it was a fairly simple pitch and catch. I mean, Greathouse could have caught that, but if he did, I don't think he gets the first down. I think he's still short. And they're not going for it, not at that part of the field, not with their struggles here. So the Irish, who have not won in South Florida since 1977, granted that's only 0-6, have gone 3 and out the last 2 times after a fumble. And quite frankly, they look increasingly discombobulated on both sides here. Miami has called better plays. They have been better up front. They have, on both sides, really. They've been the better team. And the Irish should probably be down at least 10-0 here. And of course, it could be, in theory, if they don't complete that touchdown pass, it could be 0-0 or 3-0. We'll have to see what happens here. Again, I still like Notre Dame's coach. I like the adjustment possibilities at halftime better. That keeps me off the Canes. But now the live price, the market seems to have sort of, anytime that the team, especially when Miami playing as a home dog scores and the other team doesn't immediately come back, like after the first score of the game, the market usually tends to have a bigger reaction. So that time the game goes from closer to a pick'em or a Miami, Notre Dame is still a small favorite before the last drive. Then Miami scores. Then Miami's a small favorite only, even being up 7-0. But after they get a stop, so that's like consolidating the break in tennis. Now the line is 7. There is a 6.5 out there, and the 6.5 places, there's 2 of them, and they've both been shading Notre Dame. And again, I don't know if that's because they like Notre Dame. That's because they're drowned on the game to begin with, and they want some Miami money to offset that. I don't know what the thought process is, other than the fact that they're begging for you to bet Miami, because 7 flat and 6.5 flat with the total this low, this far into it, and the game sitting on 7 does certainly matter. Total 40.5 and 40, both are out there. I think that's a little bit low. We'll see what happens here. Canes take over at their own 34, 12.5 to go before halftime. I will be with you till the break. I see nothing worth playing yet. Still a watch, wait, and see situation. No chats on either YouTube or Twitch at this point. Feel free to chime in if you guys have any suggestions on anything, of course. Canes are trying to establish things up front here. I like the thought process. Fairly big drive. If they can come back and get points again and go up 2 scores, given how inept Notre Dame's looked on offense since really the first drive, and even then they only got a couple of first downs, then it puts a lot of pressure on the Irish to try to make something happen, especially given that Miami will get the ball first coming out of the break. The Fletcher run was for 2. Shotgun trips left for the Canes here. Slants dropped. Looks like Moore probably could have caught that. It was a little bit behind him. Catchable ball, and now 3rd and 8. The Irish a chance to get off the field here. And certainly their defense would want that, given the fact that their offense has not been out there for very long since the first drive. All right, big play here. Play clock inside of 5. Drops back. Nobody in the backfield. Surveys the situation. There's only rushing 4. There's a blatant hold. He does run for the first down. It is going to come back. Beck does have that feature, that's for sure. He does have some mobility, and I believe that when he was in high school, part of the reason why he was such a highly touted quarterback that went to Georgia was the fact that he did, he was extremely athletic. Third and 18 following the holding penalty. I would expect the Canes to run a draw here and just wave the white flag. You don't want to get yourself in any trouble. Nope. Yeah, it's a quick pass. Nobody in the backfield. Just get rid of it quick, catch it, run for a few yards. I should have specified that. Any sort of a play that would have required no risk was the way to go there. The one thing about Beck that I must stipulate, it seems like, and it's almost a crime to say this, but he's working behind what looks to me like a better line than he had last year. Something to watch, I guess, that holding penalty on the left guard. That was, I believe, a backup for Miami. Punt down to the 32. No fair catch. Corral immediately. It's a 44-yard punt. And the Irish will take over at the 32. 11-10 before halftime. And the live prices will come back. 4.5 Canes, 38, give or take. Sounds about right to me. Let's see if I can update any other scores. Is there any girls basketball today? No. Baseball game 1-0, top of the 6th. This pitcher Luzardo is doing a good job. We like the Phillies going in, and we got a good price. I think I laid 45. The game closed somewhere between 55 and 60, give or take. One home run in the bottom of the 4th is all there's been here. And yeah, Waldrop, who I can't stand for the Braves, he just keeps ramming it in me. He's been pitching with all kinds of luck ever since they've called him up. His first game actually was against the Reds when they played at Bristol. He did not start that game, but he pitched on Sunday against the Reds after the game got rained out in the first or second inning, and the Reds couldn't do anything against him. I just thought I chalked it up to being a fluke situation. But he's been continuing to take the ball every 5th day and get guys out. Again, I still don't think he's any good. You can look at his secondaries and the fact that he's got incredibly high out rates when there are people on base and in scoring position. Those numbers are not sustainable over the long run. They will get to him, and I will be there to cash in on it. Hopefully tonight will be one of those nights as well. Okay, back to the football. The live price, Miami 4.5, total 38. That's pretty consistent with most places. There are some 37.5s. In town, the situation, first down, Irish at their own 32. This drive is imperative. This is where we're going to see something. I said that the last time, and it didn't work out too good. But again, they're still trying to figure some things out. And let's just see what happens. Like I said, Miami's been better up front on both sides, and that's not part of my handicap in this game. I really thought that would be something that kind of worked both ways. Motion right. Draw play kind of. Got to try to get a wham block. Miami's guys are just too fast. Let's call this a 2-yard gain. Price, the ball carrier for Notre Dame this time. That's his first carry of the night. Love has carried it 4 for 13. I get the feeling that Miami is very happy with those numbers. Anything to keep him bottled up probably is going to be imperative for them to try to get out of here with the win tonight. Shotgun trips right. This is a quarterback draw by design. Yeah, great play. Miami had one guy that really fucked the whole play up. Miami, the quarterback for Notre Dame, if he makes a better read, I think he's still running. I'd like to see the replay, but they might try to be going fast here. Nope, they're huddling back up. He does end up getting about 6. It's going to be 3rd and 2, but he had linemen downfield, and Miami was dropping out. There's one guy that kind of got through all the traffic and disrupted the play and made the tackle. Who was it? Bain? Great play. Shotgun. They're going to run it up the middle. It's going to be really close to the sticks. I think that's Price. It looks like he did get it. Yeah, the officials are already signaling. I think that's a good call. Let's not stop this game for any of this bullshit. He was close enough. All right. That's Notre Dame's first down since their first drive. It's been over a quarter worth of game time since they have moved the sticks. So let's see what we've got here. Inside of 10 minutes to go before halftime. Trips left this time. They're going to give it to Price again. He barrels his way through the middle. That's the Notre Dame power game that sort of we expected, or at least I expected going in here, regardless of the weather. The weather's not even a factor. I don't see rain on my TV. The radar was showing rain, but I don't see much here, and the field's still in good shape. Nobody's slipping and falling or anything. So Irish have pushed into Miami territory for the first time tonight, and now the Canes call timeout. First down Notre Dame, 8:52 to go. Notre Dame has it at the Miami 44. The updated prices now, Notre Dame is still a dog, but it's only 3.5. Updated total, 38 under money is out there. If it gets as low as 37, I would think about an over, but again, I'm not going to sit here and try to pull the trigger all of a sudden just because I've seen Notre Dame have success on just a couple plays. Still, Miami's outgained them 113 to 72, and the average yards per play is still only about 4 for each team. There are 2 girls basketball games going on. Washington and LA 34 to 31, second quarter, and Indiana Golden State 3-2, just starting out west. Canadian football 14 to 10, Saskatchewan over Winnipeg. In the earlier game today, as I told you, if those who weren't aware, in Atlanta, South Carolina beat Virginia Tech 24 to 11. They cover all numbers. Game stays under all numbers. Quick timeout there, and Notre Dame gives the ball to Price again. He got about 1. He kind of slipped. 2nd and 9 at the Cane 43. This is only the second play they've run all night in Miami territory. Motion left, now back right. 2 receivers to each side. Back out of the backfield is Price. They throw it to Gilbert. He catches it near the sticks. After the catch, he's near the sticks. The spot's close. They're going to give it to him. Just sort of a choice route where he was on the outside. He kind of comes in, and then the back sort of flared out, and then it was basically a zone where the Miami defender had to basically pick his poison, either go to the guy or go to the back out in the flats, or try to stop 14. And of course, they chose the back, and 14 was open for a quick pitch and catch and a first down. Carr taking a shot here on a wheel route to the back, and that is, to Love. That's incomplete. His helmet flew off, which could be a problem on the next play because on 2nd and 10 you think you want to get into a workable situation. They may have tried to give it to him. Now tough to say. But he's out. So 7:27 to go. 2nd and 10 for the Irish on the incomplete pass to Love. Overshot him. The idea was good. He had him in man. Had him beat by maybe a step. Execution not so good. Motion right again. Trips. A power play. Oh, he got it to the outside. He's got room to run here. Price gets to the outside. Gets the corner. And he gets a first down. He's going to have a goal-to-go situation for Notre Dame. Going to be about a 25-yard run. Real nice concept. Let me see it from this view. Yeah, the left tackle is able to get out to the second level and just put a little chip on the linebacker. And that sort of freed him to get outside the containment. And there's nobody there. Everybody, Notre Dame had bunched the right side of the field. There wasn't anybody on the left side, the Miami right side. And now he got goal to go with the Miami. 3 is the spots. This is a 30-yard gain. I didn't realize they got it down that far. And the Canes burn another timeout. Oh, this one's on Notre Dame. So Notre Dame calls their first timeout. They have 2 left, Miami 1. 6:38 to go before halftime. And the Canes are still a 1-point favorite in the end game. I don't know if I buy that or not. This is sort of the Notre Dame that we all expected here. I will say that it's tough for the simple fact that Miami has been better on both sides until this drive. But again, at some point you sort of expect Notre Dame to kind of grow into the game. I mean, they're too good and they're too well coached to not have done so. This drive for Notre Dame has been 8 plays and 65 yards. They've taken right around 4 minutes since the Canes punted it to them. And Price has been the answer here for Notre Dame in the second quarter. He's got 5 carries for 49 yards after that 30-yard rip. So it's 1st and goal. And let's see who's in the game. It's still Price. They've got a big power package. And they're going to run a draw again with the quarterback. And this one's not there. Just kind of took too long to develop. A lot of traffic in there. And not much room to run with all those big bodies, especially when you get down to the goal line. That's tough sledding. But call it no gain. 2nd and goal. Clock moving down near 6 minutes. Another big formation here. They give it to Price. It's a fumble. Quarterback alertly sees it and falls on it. This is going to be about a 4-yard loss, which, trust me, after the snap, that's about the best thing that could have happened for Notre Dame. Let's see if he ever had control of the ball. It's a read. Quarterback gave it to him. I don't know what else the read could have been. Never really had it. It certainly, if he did have it, it got stripped immediately. Good news for Notre Dame is it popped right back to the quarterback and nobody else is in the backfield. So now it's 3rd and goal at the 7. Clock moving down near 5:30 now. Shotgun. Trips right. The back this time is Love. Quarterback rolls. He rolls. He rolls. He's still rolling. Nobody's rushing. It's only a 3-man rush. Now he buys all the time, and there's a wide open receiver in the end zone. That is Gilbert, and that is a Notre Dame touchdown. And that will likely be the last time Miami only rushes 3 guys tonight. Absolute fiasco. And the Irish at 5:21 to go have tied the game. Point pending. Nice play by Carr to keep his wits about him, but he looked like, wow. Let's see what happens here. They only rushed 3. The defensive end can't get home. He's goes left, right, left. He got all the way back to the 30 before he finally starts going the right direction. And by the time, he had bought himself, I don't know how much time from snap to throw, probably 6 seconds. It's really hard to ask those defensive backs to cover guys for that long, even if it's a condensed field like that. So, the Irish have tied the game at 7. Gilbert scores a touchdown on a pass from Carr, 11 plays, 68 yards, 5:49 off the clock. Notre Dame 7, Miami 7, 5:19 to play. 5:21 to play before halftime. Updated prices now. Looks like Notre Dame is going to be the favorite again. As I would expect. But it won't be by much given the fact that the Canes have the ball now and the Canes get it at halftime. Total shot back up to 41. There are picks out there as well. Don't disagree with either one of those. Anything pick or one either way is about right. As high as 1.5 either way would also be okay. And the total somewhere, give or take, within a point of 41. Good job by ABC not forcing a bunch of commercials down our throat here before the half. Notre Dame kickoff is through the end zone touchback. Miami will take over. Start their drive at the 25. That play was weird at the end. Notre Dame literally had two guys that were standing in the corner of the end zone by themselves. Raridon and Gilbert both. Carr is now 8 for 12 for 54 yards in that score. Beck is 7 of 14 for 87 yards in his score. Total yards are virtually even at 116 and 113. Miami's had more success through the air. Notre Dame's attack has been more balanced. Yards per play 4.6 to 4.3. And the Canes, who get the ball now, will also get it at halftime. Let's see what they can conjure up here. The live price now very close to a pick, total being 41, 41 and a half. First play from scrimmage is a Miami run. It's about 4 yards, maybe 5 for Brown. That's his first touch of the night. We're now inside of 5 minutes. Let's see if there's anything on the tennis front to give you a heads up about. Djokovic is cruising and will likely win in straights. Against Struff, he actually was only about a $6 favorite. That probably was bettable. I would have thought he would have been 10 or 12 to 1. Slant pass, and that's complete to Tony again. He's been the man for the Canes. That'll be good for a first down, and Miami looks like they're kind of rushing to the line here. Anything else of importance? Sabalenka was a monster favorite. Rybakina and Von der Sar, that's a hell of a match later on. Rybakina is a 250 to 280 favorite. That's it for tonight. Looks like no other men's matches either after Djokovic wins. And tomorrow there are round of 16 matches, 4 women's and 4 men's as well. Yeah, nothing worth noting. You guys can look that up on your own later. This is a running play. It's going to take the clock inside of 4 minutes. They don't get much on first down, maybe a gain of 3. That's Brown. Give him 3. 2nd and 7. Canes at their own 40. Clock on the move. Brown's still in. He's set off to the right. Shotgun for Beck. Plenty of time against the 4-man rush. Dumps it down to Daniels, and that ball is caught. I couldn't see the angle. It's terrible. Yeah, he was close to the ground. He went to the ground. The ball was thrown near the ground. It was caught. Nice play. The pass was behind him from Beck. The yardage is good enough for a first down. Give him out to the 48. Give him 8, maybe 9. Clock moving. We're inside of 3 minutes. The Canes are intent to try to turn this into a 2 for none. They have the ball here. They get it coming out of the break. If they can get points and not allow Notre Dame to get the ball and do anything with it, that would be a huge win. It's like stealing a serve. And it's quite frankly the reason why when you win the toss, you're supposed to defer. Chance to have an extra possession. Brown's run with the ball on the right hash is to the right side. So it will stay on the right hash. It looks like he got a little bit. I'm going to give him 3. Maybe 2. second and a long 7 or a short 8. 2-minute warning. 2nd and 7 or 8 for the Canes. He got exactly 1/4 of the yard needed. 1/4 of the yards needed to move the sticks. We got our timeout. The Canes are the favorite, and rightfully so, given the situation with they're bleeding the clock here, and Notre Dame's not going to probably score before halftime if they don't make any mistakes. Total at 40. That also seems about right. If they don't score here, then the halftime total, well, the halftime total is just fixing no matter what to be right at 24.5. Like it's hard for me to see it less than that. I would have to go over at a principle with the game being this close, the line being this close, and overtime being in play, and the fact that the offense has started slow and now that there's been some progress here. It's not like either team can't score. They both touchdowns were literally off of nice drives. They moved the ball down the field to get touchdowns. It was 11 plays and 68 yards and 8 plays and 70 yards. So the possibilities are there, and there's nothing that tells me this cannot turn into a track meet at some point. Certainly, I'm not going to sit here and say the game's going to go over, but would you really be surprised if they both started punching each other in the face on offense and there were just a bunch of scores coming in later? Not me. We'll see. Again, I'm not going to sit there and sprint to the window and go over, but Circa's got a 38.5, and that to me seems wildly low because now you're playing off a free roll. Again, this is what I'm talking about. 24 is the number. I think 24.5 is what it's supposed to be. So now I'm sitting here basically betting a free roll over 38.5 because I think it's going to be 24.5. So it's already 24.5. That basically means this has happened in the first game. Basically means if I go over now, I got the whole first 2-minute warning to work with. Circa using 38.5. They're basically telling you, I think the halftime line is going to be 24 or maybe even 23.5. And to me, that's incorrect, regardless of whether it wins or not or whether it's right or not. On the field, the math to me is incorrect. You have to take in all the counts, everything into play. Even though the game got bet down and it's been an under first half, it doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. Remember, some of these games, they score a jillion points in the first half, and in the second half, it dies. Maryland, Florida Atlantic's a great example of that, yesterday. I don't know. I mean, again, you're talking about a game with the point spread very close to a pick'em. Talking about a game that's tied. Overtime is definitely in play. Matching scores. I just, to me, despite the offense in the first half not doing a whole lot, both offenses I think are capable and have proven to be capable. The numbers don't. The numbers haven't shown it to be separation to be there yet on offense. I still think it can get there. I'm not eloquently wording this properly, given the fact that I've put in about 50 hours in this chair the last 4 days, but you have to understand what I'm saying. Hopefully you're getting it. How about this stat? Interesting. 11 games so far this season, Power 4. The only one that both teams scored a touchdown in the first quarter was Florida State against Alabama. Miami Notre Dame was the fourth, which neither team scored. So there were 6 of them in which only one team scored a touchdown. 7.5 points scored in the first quarter combined. The first game earlier got to 9 because of the safety. This game was 0. All right, drop back, pass. It's a safety valve to the back. And it's on 2nd and 7. He gets about 10. It's a first down, Miami. That's Brown. That's his second catch of the day. Sorry, that's his first catch. And the clock is moving, and Miami now has a chance. They have a really good chance to do what they wanted, and that's a double up. This is a real good play call there to ensure that it's a safe pass. It gets them a first down. It keeps the clock moving. It allows them to get near field goal range, and it deters Notre Dame from even thinking about trying to call a timeout and get it back. This is kind of a power play. There's a green line on the field at the 33 that denotes Miami's kicker has a range of about 50. I'm not sure. I don't think there's any wind in this game. And again, the weather may or may not have caused the problem on the first field goal botch because the snap was bad. I don't know whether that was a wet ball If the ball's dry, maybe the holder gets it and can get it down. Who knows? They're kind of going quick. Outside, across the field, far side completion. That's Marion. First down, Canes. They have one timeout remaining. The clock will stop on the first down, as it does under 5 minutes to go in the second and fourth quarters. Clock on the move again. Miami has it first down at the Notre Dame 27. They seem to be in not much of a hurry. There's such a thing as being, hurry up but don't rush. Kind of in that mode. I think they're taking way too much time here. It's down inside of 40 seconds when they snap it. Again, he throws it to the back after waiting for everybody to clear out. Again, the catch is for about 7 yards, and it's inbounds. Clock moving now inside of 30 seconds. They're not showing near enough sense of urgency here, and they're going to basically disqualify themselves from doing anything besides kick a field goal if they don't go with a little bit more sense of quickness. And now the clock stops at 18 seconds, and the quarterback seems to be throwing a fit. I don't know why. I'm guessing that Miami did call a timeout. Yeah, they did. That's their last timeout after letting about 10 seconds burn off. The Canes call their last timeout. It'll be 2nd and 3 at the Notre Dame 20. But that timeout that they were so desperately trying to hold on to is gone. And, listen, the idea is good. Let the field clear out and throw it to the back, but get on the line and run a play. Literally, they could have snapped the ball with the last two plays easily 8 or 10 seconds before they did. I shouldn't be too surprised here. This is typical Mario Cristobal stuff. Canes called timeouts in what seemed to me to be unnecessary situations twice earlier in the half, leaving them with just one for now. So you've got timeout management issues, and now you got clock management issues. No wonder Carson Beck's back there throwing a fit. This is his first game of this bullshit. He'll get used to it eventually. Trips right, a little bit of a stack for the Canes. They got one-on-one coverage on the left side. The telestrator guys adroitly circled that. Now they fire it. Oh, my God, he's open. Oh, my goodness. The Notre Dame defensive back was poised for a pick, and then Miami receiver says, no, we're going to take that away from it. That is going on every highlight film you'll see this weekend, and that is a monster play. C.J. Daniels has caught Beck's pass. 10 plays, 79 yards, 509. That's a total game changer. Watch the replay, and I think if he catches it, that's a pick six. I think Notre Dame, that's a 14 points turnaround. I want to see the sky cam. The defensive back was sitting on this thing. It was overthrown, or so it seemed. Oh, that's just C.J. Daniels just made, I'm going to say, the play of the weekend. Given the context of the game, where it's sitting, the point spread, the score currently, the time and situation, the timeout situation for Miami, the fact that they get the ball coming out of the break, all those things combined to make that the most important play of the weekend. Just a shocking turn of events. What are they reviewing? Oh my. Look, the defensive back's already ready for it. That is outstanding. That is superlative. That is next level. That is wow. Those are the plays you dream of. Those are the plays as a kid you grow up and you just pray that you get a chance to make sometime in your life. I mean, I can't even blame the Notre Dame kid. He thought he had a pick. He was ready to catch and go run. I mean, it's tough to make a play on the ball when you think the receiver has no chance to catch it. That is, look at his reaction. Number 8 for Notre Dame, and he's just like, you got to be shitting me. I would have done the same thing. There's no sense you would have caught and ran it back, but it's not out of the question. That literally could have been a 14-point swing. I don't know what the holdup is here. This is all they're doing is cutting into people's having a chance to bet this thing live. And now I'm going to kick myself in the ass for not betting that thing live over at the last time out. All right, so Daniels' touchdown pass gives the Canes a lead. There's a point pending. And they get the ball at halftime. So this turns in all this bungling of the clock management, the timeouts. Once again, Cristobal comes out smelling like a rose, and his shit don't stink because his players went out and made a play, went out and executed. Given what I've seen on the field, with the exception of the last Notre Dame drive, the scoring is absolutely deserved. Miami's been the better team. They've called better plays. They've executed better. They've been better up front. Them having a 14-7 lead at the half is going to be rightly fair. There's really not much you could say. That ball was in one-on-one coverage, and the defensive back for Notre Dame, the safety who was cheating over to that side, was there to make a play. The ball was overthrown. I thought for sure it was going to be an interception. At the very least, the Miami receiver is going to only be able to knock it down. He surely didn't have a chance to catch it. The defensive end for Notre Dame that was coming from Beck's left side, the defensive end for Notre Dame, right defensive end for Notre Dame, actually beat two blockers and got to Beck and hit him as he threw it. And that sort of forced the ball to go, was a little bit high, a little bit floaty. That's why I thought the Notre Dame defensive back would make a play, and it just didn't happen. The receiver said, no, thank you, that's my ball. 3 catches, 34 yards, and a touchdown. That was a 28-yard touchdown? 20-yard touchdown. And that capped the 10-play, 75-yard for the Canes. That's their second score of the night. It's 14-7, they lead. And they will get the ball coming out of the half. I expect Notre Dame knee. Halftime line will probably come Notre Dame maybe a half, 1.5, any of those. They'll be a small favorite. Total probably 24, maybe 24.5. After getting to 21, after all the stuff that happened there, I can't see it being any lower than that. I'd like to thank all of you guys that have hung out with me on and off throughout the weekend. Hopefully I was able to inform, entertain, and educate you guys. Be back again tomorrow in about 22 hours and 45 minutes from now for the final game of the weekend in Chapel Hill, or as they call it, Chapel Bill. TCU at North Carolina. Horned Frogs are going to go off as the favorite in that game. They're at the break at what was once called Joe Robbie Stadium in Miami Gardens. Canes 14, Miami 7, and they will get the ball first, the home team, to start the second half. Quick box score stuff before I give you the halftime prices. Miami 188 to 115 in yardage. Let's listen to what Cristobal has to say. Both coaches. See, that's part of the problem that I had. I was going to mention that before we got too deep into the weeds, but he said that they are not getting pressure on him with 4, and they act like they should. Miami's been better up front than Notre Dame. If anything, he should have recognized that earlier in the game and tried to find a way to blitz a guy. It's not like you're going to be totally outclassed in the secondary if you bring one of your guys out of there and rush 5. It's okay to blitz every once in a while. It's not like there's any rules that say that you're only allowed to rush 4. I'm shocked that they aren't being a little bit more aggressive than that. I mean, especially on that last drive. I mean, Miami's got to throw the ball, do something to get them out of their comfort zone. I mean, he was able to get comfortable and kind of dink and dunk his way, throw it to the backs. They didn't really take a lot of shots until that last pass anyways. Beck is 13 for 20 for 147 and 2 touchdowns. The Canes have ran for 41 yards on 16 attempts, so they're only running for 2.5 yards a carry. I mean, that's all fine and dandy, but again, bring another guy up if you're worried about the pass. They're obviously not beating you on the ground. Notre Dame didn't do much at all on the ground until the last drive where they had that 30-yard run for Price. 14 for 61 for them. They've thrown for only 54 yards. Carr is 8 for 12. The long completions are 15 and 10, and the 15 was a pass to Faison that was when he caught it at the line of scrimmage and did everything after the catch. So nothing downfield for Notre Dame. That part of that's because the Miami line has been better than Notre Dame's O line, and part of that's been because I think the Carr has been playing largely with combination of kid gloves on that were imposed by the coaches, and largely because he does not want to make a mistake. Combine those two things, and Notre Dame's receivers have largely been nullified and neutered in this game. And Miami's defensive backs are good, no doubt about that. They've got players back there, good coaches telling them what to do, getting them in the right spots. There's a market established, and this game is now Notre Dame 1.5 as I expected. The 1.5 is dog money, so there are some people that still think Miami's probably right. Mostly painted 1 on top. Notre Dame the favorite. The total is 23.5. That is too low. If it gets to 23, that will be a bet. So let's see if we can go over 23. That would make it, with the game sitting 21, we'd be going over 44 live. I'm not interested in anything worse than that, and it would not be a big bet, just a small play, maybe 1 unit. If the juice is good, 1.5. But I don't think that'll happen. It looks like, if anything, it'll get bet up because it should be higher, 24, 24.5. And I've mentioned multiple times over the course of this weekend, and you'll hear me say it dozens of times this year, that the difference in second half prices, 24 is just a gargantuan number for a total. 24, 23 at times, 27, 31 is always big. 20 is big on the lower totals. Just so many ways for a game to get to that number. Or all those numbers I just gave you. Key numbers are a key thing to remember. Key numbers. Super important to get the best of those and understand what the math is worth when you're betting numbers that are not there, either a half point higher or a half point lower. You need to know what those are worth. I'll do my best to explain them to you throughout the season, and I'll do my best that when someone chats me and I see it, I'll also be able to explain it to them. Because if you don't ask me, I won't know. I have to hope that there'll be, instead of just a few viewers, there will be dozens of viewers soon, and then hundreds of viewers after that. And at that point, I'll be able to try to hope. I mean, in a perfect world, the chat will be going so fast I won't be able to even see everything. As it is now, I can put my chat on there about my early plays, and they haven't even moved. Nobody's even said anything since then. Actually, since before, it's been me talking to myself day, which is okay. I'm good at that. Okay, so nothing else really to report. Obviously, if you want to watch tennis, it's on ESPN2. If you want to watch baseball, it's on ESPN. The Mouse has everything that's important tonight. ABC has got this football game, and the line is largely set at 1 on top and 23.5. And that's really, you don't see much movement. When you get these big TV games and the market thinks it seems to know what it is and it settles in, you don't have like all these guys that are taking shots. Like if you had a Louisiana Monroe and Texas State game or something like that, that it's not on TV and there's 4 other games going on at halftime at the same time, that's when you're sometimes prone to see a mistake or the algorithm doesn't equate what's going on, with all the points or the lack of points. There might be a game that those teams have had 600 yards at halftime, but there's only been 24 points because of all the turnovers. Shit like that happens all the time, and the algorithms don't handle it. And if there's not a human watching the game, which sometimes means there's not because of where it's on TV, then you can have a chance to rob and steal. This is not one of those cases. Everything's out in front and center. Everybody's watching it. The robot knows what the line's supposed to be, and the people agree with it, and that's why you're not seeing any movement. So there could be a Barry Horse type or a Walters type that comes in and gets involved on something. There has been some steam to over. I agree with it just because in my mind the math tells me it's supposed to be 24, 24.5. And again, that's a monster half point from 23.5 to 24. But ultimately speaking, not enough value to sit there and donk it in. Sammy P and Lift Shats have both said second half line came ND -1. If you know, you know. I don't know what they are talking about. I'll have to ask Danny later what he means by that. In my mind, there's nothing fishy about it. That's what the line's supposed to be. They're down by 7. Miami gets the ball first. It should be anything between Notre Dame 1/2 and 2. Maybe 1 Notre Dame, or maybe 1.5, or maybe even 2. Maybe 2.5. 2.5 seems high. Notre Dame's has been outplayed. A lot of these people at halftime also, some are just booking the halftime based on the halftime market is a separate market from the game and they don't care. But some people book the halftime depending on how big their office is and their operation is and how big their exposure is pregame to Miami or Notre Dame, one or the other. Then they're gonna be aggressive with how they book the halftime. They may be trying to shorten up if they're in a good position. And this happens with all the time. I mean, it happens in games routinely. It just depends on what book you're dealing with. A lot of times, if you see a book that gets super aggressive and gets out of line from the market, which most of the time it's not just like one book does this on its own and then never does it again. Usually, it's the repeat offenders. The same books that will do this once or twice will do it consistently throughout the year. It's a philosophical decision that people make, whether it's the bookmaker himself that makes the decision or whether it's his boss or the bean counters from above that tell him, listen, we want to hold this percentage and we want to make this amount of money. We don't care. We don't want to gamble. We don't want to lose a big amount. Just make sure we don't get carried out. Do whatever you have to make sure we don't, it doesn't get worse. You may not know as a bettor going in what the book's position is, but you can see by the way that how they handle it and how aggressive they are compared to being off market. You can figure out really quickly about what their objective is at halftime. And in this game, it looks like nobody seems to be wanting to be different, which is, again, why should they be? The line's correct. Notre Dame -1. As I told you, it should be. As soon as Miami scored the touchdown, just me doing the math in my head and looking at the box, it was an easy, Notre Dame won on top. We could argue the semantics of being off of that one. And again, it's a big number because that means it's 6. And obviously Miami -6 is a lot different than Miami -5.5 or -6.5 because the game could easily fall Miami 6. There are tons of ways for it to get to be a final score by 6. And overtime is one of those ways. If Notre Dame gets the ball and doesn't score, and Miami scores a touchdown, there it falls 6. I mean, that's just one way. Obviously not the most favored way, but it could happen that way. So, again, if it's sitting 1, that's the number it's supposed to be. But does it mean you can't bet it if it's 1.5 or a half? No, of course you can if you have a strong opinion. I don't. Total, like I said, I like over better than I like under. At this level, I think 24.5 is correct. I see 23.5 over money and not much else to it. And the places that had it on the higher side have been bet down. So it's a good two-way number, which means I'm going to call it a night here very soon. If anybody has a question or a comment, this is, I'm going to go ahead and say last call for alcohol. Give it to me now or forever hold your peace. Until tomorrow, it is 9:23 Eastern. I'll be back at 7:45 to 7:50-ish Eastern, just a smidge before kickoff tomorrow night to set things up. Same time, same idea as this game tonight, with me being around for the first half. So roughly a 2-hour broadcast again, and give or take. And I'll do the same thing, try to talk with you about what the game, what's happening. Obviously, Belichick is a character in and of himself, so it'll be fascinating to see how North Carolina looks, given that Belichick was off for coaching for a year. Oh man, this guy for the Phillies, Schwarber hits a triple and Harper punishes one to the warning track. Didn't quite get there. 1-0 Philly after 7. Still in a sweat. And also at this point, glad that we laid 145 and not try to get cute and play at half run line, half money line. I got nothing else, boys and girls. Good luck if you've gotten involved in the second half. No plays on this end. Look forward to watching it. I'm going to be working on games from last week and updating my chart, putting the TV stuff on the schedule for next week, and just trying to be ultimately ready to go as we enter week 2. Again, thanks a lot for your patronage. This is the 4th day in a row I've been here. Tomorrow's the 5th and final day of Labor Day weekend and my first ever Sweatbox streams. Like I said, the key at this point, I'm not worried about my ability to present this stuff to you and talk to you and have you be entertained and educated and hopefully earn some money off this stuff. Ultimately, I'm more concerned about making the professional aspects of it better, how to get the cameras to align more appropriately with what I'm trying to do, maybe make the box bigger, smaller, crop it better. All that shit, has to align with what I'm trying to accomplish. So good luck to me on that front. Anybody has any ideas, suggestions, or people I should talk to, I'm all ears, as I am for all this stuff. I want this to be a team effort. I want you guys to help propel me, make me better at this. I want it to be something that you guys in the end can say, hey, I was there with them from day one, because ultimately this whole weekend for me is day one of this project that will hopefully go until it's time for me to retire, whenever the hell that is. Or maybe it's time for me to go to sleep and be 6 foot under. Maybe I'll do it until then, because ultimately, if you love sports and betting as much as I do, why would you ever want to retire? I love this. I love the racket. I love everything about it. That's it. Thanks a lot, boys and girls. Appreciate it. Halftime line still 23 and a half. Almost all. I don't see any 23. It's all 23 and a half. Paradise Wager actually went 24 under on the total, which is roughly the same as 23 and a half over. That's the half point's worth 20 cents. So, that's the same thing. Maybe a little bit less, 17. But that's it. Okay, I'll stop talking. Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy your holiday tomorrow. Get yourself some beverages and some food. The next holiday is not till Thanksgiving, so those of you who work the 9 to 5s, certainly enjoy your day off, and I'll look forward to seeing you back tomorrow. That game is on ESPN between Texas Christian and North Carolina to wrap up opening weekend. TCU a small favorite. ESPN is your television spot. I'll have it with you. I'll be on a short delay, but I'll be around again for the first half. Be well. Take care. God bless. Good night. Again, we'll see you soon.